इसमें भी ना आनी चाहिए। चलो ये हटा दिया, आ रही है, अब जा रही है। पूछिए। अभी तो आई थी।
काली वाली केबल नहीं चाहिए तेरे को?
काली वाली लगाओ। ये म्यूट करो। जा रही है ना ये।
हाँ
check, 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 check. Check, check one, check, check one, check two, check, check one, check two, check. check, check one, check two, check, check. Mic check is going on, 1, 2, 3, check, check one, check two, check, check, check one, check two, check. Ladies and gentlemen, this is mic check is going on, 1, 2, 3, check, check one, check two, check. Check, check, check one, check two, check, check one, check two, check, check. One, check is going on, 2, 3, check, check one, check two, check, check. Check.
हैं?
Check, check one, check two, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's start this day by bringing some energy and you all have to follow whatever I say. Okay? So just stand up. All right. So what do we have to do? We have to snap twice like this and clap once. Snap twice, clap once. Can we have the music, please? Everybody, come on. Let's do this. Snap twice. Snap twice. You can't believe it. Come on. Very good. Can we have a clap? Come on, everybody. Some good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Edtalk World Conference 2024. Can we start the day with some round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? It's wonderful to see everyone gathered again for another day of insightful discussions. As we dive into the day 2 of our conference, we promise it to be as engaging and enlightening as yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are feeling refreshed and ready for another productive day ahead. All right. So, let's continue the momentum from yesterday and start this day with first panel discussion. So, the topic of the first panel discussion of the day is the future of soft skills development, innovations, trends, and opportunities for promoting lifelong learning and success. I would like to call upon stage Professor Smita Lal. Can we have a round of applause? Dean, IMM Business School. Dr. Jatinder Singh. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Assistant Secretary General, PhD, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, New Delhi. Mr. Samir Sathe, can we have you on stage, please? Can we have a round of applause? Chief Executive Officer, EXA. And we have one more panelist coming in between, Ms. Rabia Bhatia. So she will be joining in between. So I request all of you to please give a round of applause for all the panelists present on the stage. And let's start the first panel of the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, check.
We are behind our own photographs. That's the.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. And I'm really happy to be here to be conversing with you on a very important subject. And I've been assigned the duty of a moderator, so I hope I do that job okay. In all my past sort of present, the events and all the panel discussions, I've been a panelist, but never a moderator. So pardon me if I commit certain mistakes. I welcome my fellow experts on the dais here, and I welcome all of you on the second day. The topic that we are going to discuss today is about soft skills and lifelong learning, and how is it that we are going to deal with this, engage with this subject going forward, and how important it is in the lives of children, in the lives of parents, in the lives of teachers, in the lives of regulators, in the lives of school heads, everybody whom we are dealing with. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to sort of set the pace of this discussion with initial views from my fellow experts out here, with asking a very important question. And the question that I want to sort of start with is really, what is the main question that we are solving when it comes to learning? The question is about which question we are solving when it comes to learning. And what is that most important question you think we should be solving as a society, as educators, as people who are going to engage themselves in lifelong learning? Let's start with Dr. Lal.
Well, I think learning is adapting. You have to adapt. It doesn't matter where, to create value. To me, this is the most important thing. Now, the situation and the context will change from setting to setting, whether you are in education, whether you are at the corporate world, whether you are in maybe even an NGO providing to society. But wherever it is, you need to be able to create value. Value, again, becomes contextual, because what is value today may change a little further. But sticking with the basis of value that you are actually creating and providing backwards for society as well as for yourself, both working together in a balance, that is the most important thing. The changes in technology that comes up, the changes that come up due to the changes of digital literacy, which is a sudden requirement, and all of us having to do, all of that then starts to override on that. And here, that sense of balance is the most important, which very often tends to get skewed. This is what I believe is the most important thing at this particular moment, starting forward. Yeah.
Got it. Dr. Singh?
Hello. Good morning, all of you. I think the most important thing that we need to discuss is about what are the foremost challenges and what are the probable solutions and way forward, maybe like in short term, mid term, and long term. So what I think one of the most important challenges, particularly when we talk of skilling, is basically the employability. Because since I come from industry association and since we interact with many decision makers, and one of the pain points of most of the corporate captains is that they're not getting skilled people. So what we feel that the important challenges that the industry is facing right now is that there is a lot of skill gap, particularly in the emerging technologies. When we talk of new technologies, emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, when we talk of particularly in smart manufacturing sector, there are a lot of industry 4.0 integration, wherein all pillars of industry 4.0 like cybersecurity, cloud computing, industrial IoT, all those things need to be a part of the DNA of the entire supply chain. So there are a lot of gaps also, particularly that is being felt by the industry. So I think that is the thing that needs to be discussed, because the skilling normally it's happening, what we feel is at the shop floor, not at the school level or not even at the higher ed level. So maybe integrating skilling right now from, maybe from the foundational, years till the person graduates from the college. I think the skilling has to be, intrigued. It has to be integrated in the entire curriculum. So I think that needs to be discussed, and that should be one of the, solutions as the way forward. Because when we are talking of, the growth trajectory of the economy, when we are talking of becoming the third largest economy by 2027, and maybe by 35, 2047, the 35 trillion USD economy, for that there has to be preparation that has to start right now. Although there are a lot of new things, many innovative things in the new education policy as far as the education technologies and skilling is concerned. But I think making those things actionable is a daunting task. Those are things that need to be discussed, and how it should be done, how it should be implemented. I think since we have a lot of think tanks also in this hall, so probably we can take their perspective also the way forward.
Sure. So thanks, Dr. Singh.
Here, I'd like to weigh in just to be able to summarize with what Sir has said. You see, basically, you're talking about the technological skills gap. That is the main thing, if I'm correct in putting that. But with that technology change and the digital change that has happened, I think we also need to come back to the soft skills part of it, because that is the core. While technology changes, it keeps on making, it is your ability to be able to get back and all the soft skills part of it, which needs to be able to be generated, because otherwise, whatever you have, even if we talk about employability and skilling, we are employing people, we are skilling people for technical things, but as we are skilling them, they are not able to change and adapt to the new requirements. And that particular part of it is also what we like to do. I'm just adding on to it. It was not a contradiction. It was just putting it back again in order. Yes.
And in fact, just to build on both your points,
Yes.
the way I see the society that are evolving, and we did a study to look at what has been changing for last 3-4 centuries in terms of when people talk about skilling. And if you also look at the literature that we have actually talked about skills in every single different religion, every country, in different contexts, in different languages. I think the fundamental problem today, I would sort of characterize it in 3 ways. The first is learning to learn. I think we have forgotten how to learn. And that's one of the fundamental issues. Yes. Second, I feel the trade-off that we see between the economic outcomes, social outcomes, emotional outcomes, psychological outcomes, and we view them as really two different tracks. That's itself is a problem. And the third dimension to this is really, if you look at the learning journey, which we all say it's lifelong, and then we are talking about lifelong learning, we are treating all these different stages of learning in silos, right? So there is a department called primary education, there is a department called secondary education, and then there is higher education, and then there is UG, PG, and so on and so forth. And in fact, all three of us come from backgrounds in last 3 decades and 35 years almost. We have seen corporates, we have seen academia, we have seen where is the skilling gap, and we are all treating all of them differently. So there is a Ministry of Skilling and Entrepreneurship, and then there is a Ministry of Education. To me, these are the three fundamental disconnects. We have to
The
treat them as the
relationship.
same, cohesive. We have to treat them as a continuum. And unless we see that as a continuum, it's going to be hard to basically look at how each one is looking at their own KPIs, their own indicators of what the outcomes are. So unless we align, the downstream sort of impacts are going to be monumental, right? So let's start with that. The question that we talked about in soft skills, the other thing that I always feel is that, this word distinction between, we have been always talking about hard skills and soft skills. But interestingly, what we find is that soft has really become very hard. It has. And in fact, there is no distinction to my mind on soft and hard skill in general, because when you really look at what is required in society to feel of utility, that you're of some utility to the society, to feel that you are going to be happy. And some of you must have read the study by Harvard that they did over 100 years. And they found out what are the chief reasons for happiness. They arrived at a very basic, simple thing. The learning adaptability that you referred to, the soft skills that we refer to, and the ability to reinvent oneself and be one with nature, and then see yourself in relation with the society, are some of the big drivers of what one feels at the end of the day when one feels that they have done or contributed to the society.
Absolutely.
So in fact, let's pick up on that point, and I want to ask you, Dr. Lal, is that from your point of view, what are the top three problems in skilling? Now we talk about different skills, and I'm going to refer to some of the studies that we have done in the past. But from your point of view, what are the top three skills missing today when we talk about lifelong learning, when we talk about soft soft skills?
See, there are many. Actually, if I put it, if we look at the World Economic Forum, they list 10 of them, which are the critical things that you are going to be the top skills that you need to have by 2025. The most basic of it is communication. And our communication, we are always talking. Everyone thinks they are great talkers. But are we getting our point across? That particular part of it is always a challenge. Now, this one I think is really, really very core, because it is not just are you communicating in a written platform? People don't know how to write, and therefore ChatGPT is giving the letter. So do you need to really learn it? These are questions that everyone has discussed, and very pertinently so. On the other hand, it is, if you don't have the ChatGPT, do you have that ability to be able to critique what ChatGPT has given to you? First of all, is you have to communicate with ChatGPT, your prompts, the technical term for it. Do you have the right prompt? The right prompt is the right communication. How do you do that? When you communicate, are you able to elicit the response that you want? That is critical. Not, I've said my piece and I walked out. That leads into ego, anger issues, all the other emotional intelligence issues that kind of come into it. So communications also lands into that particular part of it. Then you end up with creativity issues, because you need to have a new way to deal with it when you have all what is happening. As you've said, these are all the problems, and you've highlighted them so beautifully. Now, in all of that, how are you going to deal with it? You can't suddenly say, all this is bad and we're going to start new. It never happens. So you need to have a critical thinking and a problem-solving mindset to be able to see what can we retain and how quick we can get to where we want to be. Those are the key issues, and a skill to be able to sift out all of that and say, this is what you need to focus on. Very, very critical. And then with all of these, the world moving towards teams, now it is here to stay. It was always there, but now it is on a multicultural platform. When you're talking to different kind of things, how do you communicate? How do you problem solve on that? How do you move forward? Therein lies that particular challenge. One of the things that I'm reminded of is that Google spearheaded this, if I'm right, and they put you into these rooms. So you're locked into a room and there's a challenge, and all of you people with diverse intellects and interests, etc., you're there. You have to sit and solve the problem, otherwise you can't get out of the room. So pressure and solve it, then you do it. Maybe that's one particular way to do it. But these are, I believe, the top three that I'm talking about. There can be so many more.
Sure. You're talking
yeah.
about creativity, problem solving, and
Communication.
communication. What about you, Dr. Singh?
I think one of the important skill deficits, again talking from the industry perspective, that industry encounters basically the critical thinking and problem solving ability. Because what happens uh, when we talk of critical thinking, that only happens once you are emotionally stable, once your emotional intelligence is
True.
quite high, once you have empathy also. So I think during our school days, even in our college days, I think these are some of the missing elements in our curriculum also. We used to have only used to listen a word like sympathy. Now we have a word like empathy also. We used to think only like teamwork. Now we talk of synergies. So I think one of the issues that is skill deficit, one of the challenges I'll say is definitely the critical thinking and problem solving skill, the emotional intelligence and the empathy part. And third is sustained, learning. What happens in terms of motivation and engagement? That is again a missing element, because what happens, even normally we talk of lifelong learning, but we don't talk of, the sustainability of learning. Because what happens, the motivation levels of skilling or learning anything new is only sustained once there's a personalized, there's something known as experiential learning integrated into this. And normally, like in our all our skill programs, what we have seen, students or even people, even our employees, they start with a lot of enthusiasm, but immediately a plateau is achieved and then there's a downward trend. That motivation element is, lacking. Because the thing is, we don't reward, we don't value uh, new skills as such, in the sense like when we are doing skilling, once we achieved a particular trait, there has to be a inbuilt reward system which keeps us charged. There can be concept of, skill badges also, wherein in the industry, even in some cases we have seen that, the corporate captains, they put some of the badges that I am, skilled in so and so things. So that motivates other people also too.
Sure.
It's sort of a maybe a sort of a, prompt mechanism which also, instills confidence in others. Okay, let me also, earn this badge. So probably rewarding excellence, rewarding skilling, maintaining the sustainability of that motivation, so that the lifelong learning, again, lifelong learning has become a sort of a buzzword nowadays. Everybody talks of lifelong learning. But what is the DNA that entails to be a lifelong learner? Nobody talks about that. So maybe these are some of the things we need to discuss. We need to come with some sort of workable solutions also, considering our Indian diversity in mind, considering our culture in mind also, because since we talk of inclusion, we talk of diversity, we talk of, as a country, we talk of sabka saath, sabka vikas. So in that, context, we need to see what are the nuances of those learning, methodologies, those tools that can actually enhance learning experience, that will actually give a kick in terms of keeping that sustained motivation, so that lifelong learning, it becomes a sort of a journey rather than something which needs, continuous charging on day-to-day basis.
So I think that's a good point. I think you're talking about the sustainability and then motivation to be able to do that, and one that requires tremendous, interest in doing that in the first place. So what I've discovered is, just to pick on your points, is that the children and the adults, especially after between the age 6 and 15, they are in the most ripe age to basically understand and grasp. But post that, as you become adults and start earning money and start living your life, the inquisitiveness really rapidly declines. The child in you is basically lost, and you don't have motivation to learn anymore, because you seem to be sort of cruising along, happy, unhappy. But it doesn't sort of dawn on all of us that one has to reinvent and one has to keep learning to be able to make a difference to yourself and to others as a part of the society. And that becomes a big challenge. In fact, at this stage, I want to sort of draw your attention to the report that we have produced. It's a rapid reader. In fact, if you can look at the show guide that is handed over to you, there is a barcode out there. If you can scan with your mobiles, you can go to that report, and I would request these guys just put it on there.
Sorry, sir, for interrupting you. Well, our fourth panelist for this panel is finally here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Rabia Bhatia with a round of applause. Monk winner, modern public
Lovely.
speaker, local SDG ambassador, brand ambassador, mentor of change from UPI. Can we round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. Thank you,
Very
Ravi.
sorry for getting late. Thanks to morning traffic coming from Noida, and I was stuck in on DND for good 40 minutes, basically.
Thanks, Rabia. And
Thanks, Ravi.
in fact, while the team puts up the presentation, let me sort of ask you, since you have just arrived, a question from your point of view, given your experience. We were talking about the subject of what are the top three problems in terms of lifelong learning and skilling that we are facing. What is your view in terms of the top one or two problems that you believe that the society faces in terms of lifelong learning and soft skills? And just before you came, I talked about the disconnect that we are calling them soft skills, but essentially they have become hard in my view. What's your view in terms of the top three problems?
So excellent. I was here listening to Sir also, and I was listening to you as well. So being a global SDG ambassador, I've been promoting women empowerment and quality education. And I hear that I wear many hats, but the first problem is, irrespective of those hats, I believe to be a better human. We all are human beings, right? But we forget to be a human first. And that is the major challenge especially in India, we are facing. We forget that we need to give respect to each and every individual. We talk about soft skills, we talk about life skills. What it includes: empathy, respect, right, gratitude. These are the basic skill sets that we need to nurture in our children since the early childhood. Because if we are not respecting the other individual, we are not upskilling them with the basic leadership skills. Leadership skills, you need to be one of the team member. That is how the team will listen to you, the team will respect you. And that is the major challenge we are facing. We as employers feel that is a team, we are paying them, they need to work like horses, they need to work like, I don't know how. We expect them to work, one single person to work like 4 people. They are not horses, right? They are also human beings. We need to give them dignity, right? I'm the HR professional for last 20 years, right? I was working with the employers, worked with multiple employers, and for last 8-9 years, I've been working on my own. I have seen the trend in the organization, be it education sector, be it the corporate sector. Fire, hire, fire, hire. Why are we not giving them the respect? Are we not taking them the resource purpose? When we hire a resource, we believe would be the best resource. But we, in spite of giving them enough time to, come up to that level where, yes, they are productive to the organization, we just simply give them warnings and we fire them. Is this what we are looking forward towards? How we are going to make a sustainable living for each and every person in the world?
Thank you so much. In fact, this is exactly what I started with.
Yes.
See, the most
I'm so
important
sorry,
thing.
ma'am,
No,
I'm not
it's
here. I
perfectly
was
all right.
late.
That's why I thought I'd just
Yeah.
chime in. So I started off, the most important thing is value creation. What is the value you are creating for yourself?
Yes.
And what is the value you're creating for others?
For others.
Whether it is society, whether it is the world, or whatever it is, the cause
Absolutely.
that you're doing, or your professional cause. And you cannot do it without respect. You have to come down to respect, gratitude. Thank you. You've chimed all.
Absolutely.
These are the core. And because we have moved away from all of these towards what is monetary, what is the in thing, and whatever is supposed to be the glamorous brand. I feel sorry about it because I come from the generation where we created the brands. I think we've overdone that.
Yeah.
That is not it. You have to come back to the core, and that is the core that is actually going to take you. And COVID time has shown you, you are nothing, absolutely
Yes,
nothing, until the time you had to go back and delve all of this out of you to be able to survive. This is the core. On this, you can build whatever it is that you want to, whether it is technical, whether it is social, whether it is monetary, everything builds on this.
So
And
fact,
I chime in with you.
that brings us to our very related question that we were discussing, Dr. Dal, just
Yes.
before this, is that and we talked about it, the trade-off between economic outcomes and social outcomes and emotional outcomes. And, I think
See.
the question to ask really is, what is the behavior that we want to reward? Which behavior is at a trade-off with each other? And it's very apparent right now is that, and yesterday you talked about it, for the employment, it's all about pay, it's all about promotion, it's all about package, it's all about those things. But the question is that, those economic gains, everybody's walking that ladder, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an employee. But on the other hand, children are also put in that slot, right? That mold that we talked about. And there lies the problem, right? Because we are not, and I think you talked about human being. This is really, I will just twist the word, is being human.
Thank you.
Being human, right? And that's the critical thing. In fact, at this stage, it might be interesting sort of to draw the attention to some of the study that we have done. And I want to sort of pick on certain points for our next round of discussion. So we did this study for, the essential topic was really looking at core skills, and it touches what we call soft skills today and what we call the learning for life. And we did this study across India, having, for the last 20 years, we have been doing sort of testing with 4 affiliated CBSE schools with 15,000 students. We have watched something like 15 to 18 academic cycles. And now we have tested and learned a lot from that. And what has really come out of that is very interesting. Nothing surprising. We have talked about it, but it really reinforces the points that we have been talking about yesterday and today. And I want to just give you a snapshot of that, right? Really, if you really look at what we are talking about and we try to quantify the impact, because fortunately or unfortunately, today everybody understands the language of money the most than any other language expression. So we try to quantify it so that we can understand it. On your chart, you can see what's the staggering impact that we're going to have, right? A lack of these skills that we are talking about, we believe that 50% of the population requires this shifts. And now we're talking about tech driven because tech is very much a part of our lives. We believe that if we don't do this, it's going to cost us $15 trillion. And the chart that you are seeing on the right-hand side out there, it basically lists the physical mental skills, it lists the cognitive skills, basic and higher, and then it lists the social and emotional skills. And the last is technological skills. If you look at the right-hand side of the graph, it talks about the CAGRs that we expect by 2030. And you can see the green ones, which are in the bottom 3. And you will notice that the physical, mental, and basic cognitive skills growth is going to be overshadowed by higher cognitive skills, social emotional skills, and technological skills. Anywhere between 10 to 30% is the CAGR of those skills compared to the physical, manual, and basic cognitive skills. And that's really alarming. If you look at really what we thought about in terms of the impact, and we did the study for India, and we looked at what is the potential if we really do this well. Now, on the left-hand side, we have the current spending pattern by Indian government. On the right-hand side, what we believe should be the recommended spending pattern. And this talks to our earlier point that we talked about. We are not treating the learning as a continuum. We are treating this as primary education, children, and adults. And the unfortunate fact is that we are spending billions of dollars on scaling adults when we know that the pace of learning structurally, biologically is going to be slower than what's going to happen in children. So if you look at the left-hand side, we are spending something like today $39 billion, which we believe is going to go to $402 billion by 2035 and about $990 billion by 2047. And majority of that is spent on adults, right? But if you believe that you shift this pattern on the right-hand side, there is a significant portion, the lighter green that you see is basically for children. So we believe if you were to change the society and the next few generations, you need to make that expenditure happen at K-12 level, at children level, so that you are building those individuals with those skills as opposed to playing a catch-up game. And that's fundamentally different. Now we believe Indian government itself could save about $330 billion by 2050. Now that's a staggering amount. The same thing we did, we looked at non-government sources, and you look at the savings of $160 billion. I think cutting the long story short, I want to pick up all your points and basically ask you a question that we talked about the top 3 deficits in terms of skills, right? Let's talk about what are the 3 top solutions that you believe at the individual level, at the school level, at the society level, and at the government level that we should adopt? The top three solutions we should adopt, which you believe will have the highest impact.
See, I will confine it to what I understand from academia point of view. The government level, I will leave it to our esteemed panelist to be able to respond to that particular area. Most important, I think, what is you can't get away with is digital literacy and fluency. You have to do it. It is an imperative. You can run away with it as much as you want to. I'm a key example of it. My faculty sitting there will laugh at me and they will very, very happily concur. Because I said, I don't want to do it. Why must I do it? But I learned that I don't have, I can't take this attitude anymore. I am also ashamed to say, I'm actually having to say ashamed now, that I do not use Paytm. I have fought it, but now I understand where I'm lagging because it is an imperative now. Learning all of this. So we have reverse mentoring that's happening in our institute, and I very proudly say a lot of them teaching me. So reverse mentoring happening, and that is the reality of today.
That's a valid
Digital
point.
literacy and fluency. It doesn't matter what age, what person, you have to do it. And there is no ego involved with it. You just have to do it. Better go to the expert, whoever is the expert, and learn from there and be able to take it. So digital fluency is one. Your technological advancements, which is happening, all of that is bound to happen. Along with that, that particular thing has to come up. You cannot get away from it. Whether you talk about agile methodologies, whether you talk about the new introductions that are coming, it's far too rapid for you to do. By the moment you've got something, there's something else that you have to learn. So this brings back you again to learning, that you have to learn, whether you are learning in micro, where is the time? Now, you're a working professional, you know you want to do all of this. Do you have the time for it? I mean, it's conceptually very wonderful to say you should do it, but where is the time? So then that is why you learn into micro learning, whether when you get into LinkedIn learning, okay, what did I learn? I learned a little bit of snippet, learn how to fast forward it, or you go through your TEDx or your YouTubes, all of that. I think all of this is just kind of adding on in one particular way,
Sure.
where your learning is done. So you're not learning in a structured way. Or you're learning when you want to do a personalized learning, what I need to learn is not what somebody else needs to learn. So we don't go to certifications. You do a micro certification if you need it for yourself, but if not, it is basically adding on to your own thing at your own time. And the most important is, again, adaptability, joining in, and learning emotional quotient, because the maximum thing which you all of us have noticed is that post-pandemic, the one thing that has gone is depression is there, people are unhappy, everyone has heavy loads, very rightly so. I mean, and I'm not mitigating the pain that these issues have come, but change is not easy. To bring change management behavior, agile methodologies have to bring in, not only in the technical area, but also into yourself, to accept that I will need to be able to do it. These are the critical things.
I think somewhere you're touching a very important point. Before Dr. Singh, you chip in with your view. You're touching upon the very important aspect is about changing oneself first, then
And
looking at
then
changing
only
others.
you can talk
right?
about changing the others. If I'm not if I can't do it, how do I stand and I preach, in the normal teaching way, you should do this. This is the great thing to do. That is how it is to be done. It doesn't happen anymore. And your learning does not need to be confined only to your classrooms or whatever. It has to be experiential. You learn from your interactions. This particular forum itself is one particular interaction. Sitting over there listening to many people, there were many thoughts that I held when I said, oh, that's the way it is. I said, no, I need to think about it. We need to have more of this particular immersive into various kind of scenarios when you end up doing that. You need to bring that. And to bring that, you need to bring flexibility. One of the things I was reading about, and I was really kicked about it, apparently Netflix and Twitter, they hold a lot of these improv comedies. Now, I've been seeing these improv comedies, but I didn't know why. Now I understand the why. It is to bring in certain amount of humor into your life. You have a stressful situation. What is a comedy? A comedy is I stand there, I say, oh, but this was a terrible. So whatever was your pain point, instead of suffering it through, you've actually converted it into a way to laugh about it. Once you've laughed about it, it is not your pain point anymore. And you've been able to release it. Now, just saying a comedy show, the impact of that with the employees is so wonderful. So you've already jumped into scenarios that is there. And of course, move towards optimism, move towards encouragement, moves towards a joy, which is a quicker learner.
Interesting. Dr. Singh?
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, very well said, Dr. Lal. So one of the things that I normally, believe in that it's very easy to say change yourself. I think it's the most difficult proposition in our life.
Totally.
Because at the end of the day, we are just what we are because of our habits. And our habits are formed because of our continuous thought process. And those habits actually result in our destiny also, the so-called destiny that we say. So I think particularly as Madam said about the learning part, the micro learning, I think micro learning, when it is, embedded with gamification, it brings more results.
Absolutely.
So what we have seen, particularly if we see the retention, of any child, right now retention is not more than 20-25 seconds for a particular, thing. But if there's a gamification element in any of the learning modules, the retention improves, the engagement improves, the outcomes improve. So I think probably in all our curriculum, if, there's enablement of gamification, we need to embed gamification in each and every curriculum. That is one part. Second is like particularly nobody or very less people talks about mentoring and coaching. I think that is the critical element for anybody's life. Normally, at Chamber, we run a program called as like Shadow CEO, wherein we encourage students to be with the, with the CEOs or CEOs or, with the promoters of the organization for whole one day, just like this shadow. Just see how they conduct meeting, how they walk, how they talk, how decisions are made. So until unless there's a blend of experiential learning with the, the classroom learning, things won't, help at all. Because what we have seen, normally there's a lot of disconnect between the theoretical learning and the practical thing that happens at the organization level. So second is like definitely mentoring and coaching has to be embedded in at each and every level. Third important thing is I think there has to be a lot of, good relationship synergy between academia and industry. So there has to be, the curriculum has to be co-curriculum with the industry. Why don't we have the colleges, for example, the Department of Management, for example, curriculum prepared by Wipro. For civil engineering department, curriculum prepared by L&T, right? For computer sciences, curriculum prepared by TCS. Why don't we have those, co-curriculum or sort of co-creation things that will actually enhance the employability of the students also? I think those things need to be discussed, although like I'm in many of the academic boards in many of the universities, but I think that is just ceremonial for maybe enhancing or putting on the website or maybe in the brochure, all those names are added. But once it comes on the practical ground, when we discuss the curriculum, when we discuss threadbare, what all things, I think that is more of an eye wash rather than something, the feedback which is that has to be taken seriously. I think that is again a missing element. So I think the curriculum thing, after every department, let's have industry footprints in terms of curriculum. So the industry will also be charged and motivated. Okay, I'm the framework of this curriculum. I need to put my best foot forward. Let me engage my best people so that whenever we are changing any of the contents of the curriculum, any of the the credits, let's put in the best that actually augurs with the industrial requirements and needs.
Sure. No, I think these are all valid points. And before I come to you, Rabia, just to build on Dr. Singh's and what you said. So one of the things that at least I feel that I've discovered is that, again, going back to the earlier point, is that this whole treatment of in silos, right? Because we think industry participation and into academia, it's an add-on because that requires to be done because to get the employment, to get the better pay, placements, etc. The question to ask really is that what are we building futures of children for? What is the real main objective, right? Obviously, we are building them for learning, but the use case of that learning really is what they do with that learning. And I feel that whatever happens in children's lives or adults' lives, as long as the experiential learning that we referred to earlier is, let's say, is about 60% of their learning is not going to be effective. right? Because you're going to make a difference between the theory and application. To me, I find it very funny fundamentally. That's because what you do in theory is primary with an objective to apply. It's not the other way around, right? It's basically do application, and there is a need for theory for that. It's the other way around, right? So I think it boils down to the point of, if we really change the curriculum design and what we are rewarding in terms of assessments and rubrics, and yesterday we talked about it in some of the sessions, it's not going to really make a change, and we will keep talking about it conceptually, but in the reality, it has to really augur well for, can I just put the screen on? I think I pressed something wrong. Unless that's going to happen, it's not going to make any difference, right? So I feel that's the first thing that we need to do. And I think from my point of view, when I look at, I think that you touched upon the point of, building individuals so that they can relate well with the others. The mental health issue is very critical, because we have found 0.63 correlation between mental health and the performance of that individual. Whether now I'm talking about performance, not necessarily in the what we think of in terms of the achievements of the person, but really, truly, whether that person truly feels, when they look back in their lives when they are 70 or 80, have they really done it? Do they feel fulfilled? Right? There's a 0.63%, 0.63 correlation. That's pretty high, right? But what are we doing to correct it? We are doing nothing about that. I think that's a fundamental issue. Rabia, I would like to pick your brain on this point particularly, and then we will make the floor open to the questions.
Thank you so much, Ami sir. So coming to what sir has asked me, and I will pick up few points from ma'am and sir as well. Like sir said that learning should never stop, and change is constant, right? If we are not changing, we are not growing. If we are not learning, we are not growing. So learning and change goes hand in hand. Plus, I think the most important aspect is mindsets. Our mindsets have to be changed. We saw in COVID that we had to learn technology. We were not equipped with technology. We were just running here and there because of our social lives, because of our jobs. But thanks to pandemic, the world stopped, right? So we need to stop somewhere. We just can't keep running. We need to sit back. We need to go back to those days where we started from scratch. And that's how we'll be able to understand what we missed, the mistakes we did, and how we can grow from there. So there is no age limit to learn, actually. That is what we have to understand, first of all. Secondly, we have to empower the kids. For that, we first have to empower ourselves as adults. Only then we'll be able to empower the youngsters, the youth, the future leaders, right? We call them as future leaders. We call them as future coming up with the youth. The youth is coming up with lot many things now. They are becoming entrepreneurs. But as we talk about the employability skills, sir rightly said that it has to be co-curriculum. Co-curriculum doesn't only talks about the few employability fields, for example, a doctor or a lawyer or a entrepreneur or a teacher. But now, thanks to pandemic, once again, we have so many fields opened in front of us. I'm being a model, professional model. I'll talk about the modeling. Still, that is not accepted in the market, right? Why? What is wrong? What is bad in that? I have experienced how difficult it is to walk on that ramp, actually. If you're not confident, you cannot walk the ramp. So the most important part is be confident in what you are doing and be passionate about what you are doing. This is what we have to inculcate in the kids as well. Plus, it starts from you yourself. This rightly said.
Yeah.
You cannot change yourself. It is not an easy task, but let me just tell you, it is not difficult at all. Nothing is impossible, as we all know. The word impossible itself is I am possible. To be honest, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll just instructed by we just have 10 minutes for audience. So if you can just make it into 1 minute. Yeah, thank you.
I am 48 at this point of time. I have 23 and 25 years old daughters. And the way I have changed myself, I can see that I'm able to spread that happiness amongst the society as well. So change yourself. It is not a difficult task. You need to give time to yourself, sit with you, spend time with you. You will see and you will realize what all mistakes you did. And that is how you'll be able to support and help the child also in front of you. For a child, the education, the school starts from the home itself, because the child is observing you all the time, being a parent, being a grandparent. And if you are not changing yourself, you're not giving the right kind of values to your child as well. Plus, one more thing, we talk about happiness these days, but happiness comes from
Within.
you within. And for that, we need to give them the environment for their wellness, for their health, for their emotional aspect as well. And for the employees, it is the same, because of the fact employees are also working day and night, and they are also under depression for so many expectations from them, from the HR and from the employer. So I think yesterday I went to an event, and I saw how they are motivating their employees. Believe me, I was shocked and I was stunned to see that every quarter they are doing award ceremony, and they are motivating their employees with their appreciation, with rewarding them for their non-sales team or the sales team. So motivation, empowering, upskilling, very important. That is all I would like to
Sorry
say.
to interrupt you, but I think we have to respect
The
time.
audience.
We have to give opportunity for the audience to ask questions. I think we have, 10 minutes? How many minutes do we
Yeah,
have? Yeah,
10.
yeah. Any questions?
Any questions? Yesterday there were many, right in the back. Thank you so much.
Greetings to the respected audience and the panelists there. I have a question, as
Could
I'm
you
a
introduce
learner.
yourself?
Oh, my name is
Wonderful.
Annie Miraj
Thank you.
Kidlai, and I work in education. I introduce myself here as an educator, though I run in online academy on a hybrid model. So my question is, as I really enjoy this company of like-minded people here, and you can take it as a learner or as somebody who is very much interested or curious to find new ways to teach young children or young adults. How social proofing, any of the panelists may please address this as a curious person, how social proofing in education impacts the decision making of the educational leaders, as well as how do you see social proof in education? For example, in the field of psychology, the psychologist takes social proofing as like the marketers who grab trust of the consumers. So in terms of a product, if they're selling, for example. So in education, I see the students, the learners are products of educational institutions. So the validations coming from the history of the gurus or of the educators in the past, and how it's still impacting 21st century skill building, or even if you take the example of COVID or pandemic. So how we can transform it? So how do you see it impacts the decision making of educational leaders as well as of parents, and how it impacts the learners in your point of view? Thank you so much.
Would you like to take this? Okay. Could you elaborate just one moment on this word social proofing that you're talking about?
Social proof is a phenomenon. It's given by around.
Right, right.
In a very easy term, if I will define social proof, for example, if a celebrity is using a product and you are, because that celebrity is using that product, so you are using that. For example, in edutech or edtech,
Right,
or
right.
even the educators whose pedagogy probably might be old,
Okay.
but how you'll introduce disruptive innovation in terms of artificial intelligence, for example, usage of, for example, any language models these days.
Yeah.
So many of the educators in the field of education, they're willing to ban it. So how will you bridge the gap
Please, when it comes down to influences, can I put it down as influences from society? You get
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All
you
right.
can please.
Then now let me speak about it. See, societal influences you cannot get away with. That is definitely going to remain, and it evolves from time to time because society is evolving, scenarios are evolving. Now you have your influencers, marketers leverage these data. This is how branding is built. I build my branding by understanding what your psychology of the consumers. First, I do an analytic. I figure out what is the masses targeted audience. Therefore, all your data analytics and all the other time, we didn't speak about it on this, but this comes in there. And therefore, then you do it. You cannot get away with it. It is part of psychology. Psychology will continue to do it, and you will always continue to be influenced by it. The difference is when you come back to what I said as your core value, if your core value is strong, and that is the one that you are building on, whether you're nurturing it within your families or within your communities or within your educational, this is like cheating is not good. The moment you've done that, this means that the moment I got an opportunity in my working life or any other place or something that I have come from a child to co-creating, I will never ever permit it to happen because that is my core value. That particular value system needs to be correct. If your value system gets corrupted, then there is very little that we can do. Yesterday, I had a very interesting conversation with you, right? He was talking to me about a very, very core value system. We are talking about agriculture, and that is how the conversation went. And agriculture part of it, you have the farmers need to make it. I'm not going political, but he did mention one thing, going down to the grassroots. The farmer, the food that he supplies to you in the market, he does not eat it. Why doesn't he eat it? He has his own farm. Am I correct? Do I stand validated on that point? He has his own piece of land on which he does organic farming for himself and for his family. Now, what is this as a value system that we have picked up as a society? We need to define these. It is, and why are they giving you pesticide-based food? You are getting all of that because monetary attachment, your value attachment has gone into money, not into human values. Human values do not change. Why panelists earlier have talked about Aristotle, they've spoken about all other philosophies. None of those philosophies are wrong. And why are they not wrong, even though they are ancient? I talk about Buddhism. Why do we do it? Because the human has not changed. We pick up other wrong social influences, which we need to correct. And that is something that
So,
we need to do.
Just to add to this, there are two dimensions to me. One is about the value system, as you rightly pointed out. The other is the second point that you can see, the third point that you can see on the slide, which is the art of synthesis. There's going to be a lot of stimuli that is going to come to you. Some influencer is going to say X, somebody's going to say Y, somebody's going to say A, B, C. What sense you make out of it is today one of the biggest challenges that we are all facing. It's no longer access because we have tremendous information everywhere. It's about what sense you make out of it. So when you think about validation and when you think of social proofing, it could prove or disprove what your hypothesis is. You have to remember, but ultimately the conclusion that you want to reach is based on how beautifully you synthesize and whether your synthesis art is correctly placed. So that's a skill which is needed, and this is right up there, which we believe is tremendously needed in today's age and time, because we know that access is no longer there. There is ChatGPT, there is Gemini, there are large language models, there are foundation, there are 1,000 things happening. Now the question is, if you are combining a value system and the art of synthesis, then likelihood that you will reach the right decision.
Does that answer your question?
Look at it. You know what was it endorsed by, right?
Values are more important than valuations.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, exactly.
In fact, I'm the.
But in fact, whatever said and done, market forces are defining everything. It's beyond even our comprehension.
Actually,
beyond our
that's the point.
understanding.
We are getting the technology chaos.
Yeah.
So much.
Yes, I think we are my guess.
Question, please. Can I ask?
Are we done? Yeah. I mean, we can go on for hours, but I think in the interest of time.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
question. That
Thank you,
was a
Ren.
very
Appreciate it.
insightful comment. Thank you so much for it.
Do we have time for one or two questions? One question? Yeah. One question.
Yes, I would like to, I am Ziaul Subur. I am from Bangladesh. And I would like to thank he's Dr. Rupali. He's basically my mentor and big brother. He has invited me. So I'm greatly honored. I have worked in the education sector in Bangladesh for more than 30 years. And lastly, I was in BRAC University Institute for Education. Now I work as a consultant in education ministries. I would like to point out two practical issues. I think these are two practical issues are related, are the platforms, are basics on which we build on our build on education, whether it is we are talking about value education, we are talking about ethical things and also technical abilities and all those things. All those things, I believe, which is my personal belief, has two important dimensions in the context of Bangladesh. Firstly, if you see the statistics, 2/3 of our children in Bangladesh are underweight or stunted growth. So that means they do not have the biological cognitive ability to absorb information and act on it. So I am suggesting that please don't separate education and health. And now there is certain movement going on, but it is not near enough in Bangladesh. So our children keep on doing bad. And the second thing I would like to put forward, it is a long story, but I will put it short because other people will be speaking. You see, the world's policy, global policy and national policies to that extent have radically changed after this EFA. EFA, we were all trying to work on the basic education, primary and secondary. But when suddenly the SDG 4 or almost SDG 4 more than half gone, but entire education system, governance system is still designed to serve the cause of basic education. But now, if we are to make effective implementation of the 17 goals, we need a critical amount of people who have secondary, tertiary skills level. And we do not have efficient tertiary and secondary, tertiary skill level, technical or vocational or whatever it is. And to do that, we need a policy shift. That's why I'm working. In order to do policy shift, you cannot work now in a fragmented way. You cannot just make a policy of primary separately, secondary. Yeah. You have to make a comprehensive planning and a cross-sector planning. That cross-sector planning, to do cross-sector planning, you have to reorganize your current governance system, which is not, able to provide such thing. So I would like India being a large country, the complex country, how you are going about it. That's what my...
In the interest of time, I think very quickly, just addressing your first point, sir, I think you have raised the right point about health and its relation to what we are doing in academia. In fact, as we speak, we are working with a very interesting startup started by IIT professors from Mumbai. They are working on a platform of nutrition, integrating AI and ML to basically look at diagnostic of different children coming from different backgrounds and different personas. And they are studying the nutrition levels and its impact on IQ and cognitive performance of the children. And we are going to now propagate that to the different sections of the society, because we completely agree it has tremendous impact on the 5 layers that we talked about: physical health, mental health, psychological health, emotional health, and spiritual health. And all this go hand in hand. So that's a very, very good point that you raised. So thanks. I think
you raised the same point in the beginning when you had said that we are all talking and working. Government tends to work in silos from various ministries.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why professionals like you in your particular roles and capacities and influencers, you need to be able to influence people to learn how to come back. Teamwork, again, cross-collaboration, not only intercontinental, but also within departments, within whatever. All of this is what is necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I thank
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause for this amazing session?
Thank you.
And here I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Gaurav, co-founder of ClickAways Creators, to felicitate our panelists. Sir, please come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands for Mr. Abhishek Gaurav, co-founder of Clickaway Creators. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Smita Lal. Please join your hands for Dr. Jatinder Singh. Join your hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Rabia Bhatia. And a huge round of applause for Mr. Sameer Sathe. Can we have a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. I request all of you to please come forward for a group photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a short tea break. I request everyone to please come back after 15 minutes. Thank you.
What was your first experience when you were kind of going on the first sale?
Yeah, I was scared, I was scared because I remember that we really missed our flight. I was joining the ship in Calcutta. This was close to 10 plus 10 on my day one. Yeah.
Was it like ship is just going this way and that?
Yeah.
Is it just like that?
Completely going, it's rocking and I'm completely seasick. Like you're holding on to the railings, just, dear God, don't let me go types, don't want to fly off somewhere.
4-year-old kid eating food only when he has a phone in his hand.
On the one hand, we are talking about blaming children for rote learning. On the other hand, now everybody's keeping everything in cache memory. I remember asking my father, and my father used to remember all the phone numbers.
Who are the connection dot in the designing part, the engineering part, and the business side of it? Because ultimate aim is to get business out of the product that we're creating.
Absolutely. The reality will tell you whether whatever you thought of actually works or not. A bunch of people sit in a room and design saying, hey, we think this will work. You put it out into the market and then customers react in ways that you didn't expect. So the great example, right? You must have seen little pop-up, try to book an Ola ride, which says your driver is currently dropping someone else and then will come to you. You never got a cab that was currently dropping someone else. You'd always team who says, why is it required and so on and so forth. How much money can we make from this or how much money can we save from this? Hi Ganesh, I'm calling from the Ola head office. So he said, yes, tell me what feedback you have. So he says, can you please turn it off? I'll probably share some slides later and we can figure out how to fit them in, right? So this is what you see, right? All born in the same year, obviously they live in a tier one city, married, have children, are all wealthy, like traveling and so on, right? But you probably wouldn't sell the same thing to Mukesh Ambani and Johnny Deere. If you want to make a product or a service or something like that, they are very different people. They have very different needs.
What was your first experience when you were kind of going on the first sale?
Yeah, I was scared,
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. Well, it's time to get back to business. I hope you're all ready and fueled up for the next session. So the topic of the next panel discussion is revolutionizing education, immersive technologies, and entrepreneurship. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Nandita Seth. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Director, Masters Union. Mr. Raghu Nandan Aman, please come on stage. Can we have a round of applause? Director and Global Head, WFM Glow Touch Technologies. And Dr. Sumit Narula, please come on stage, sir. Director, School of Communications, Amity University, Gurugram.
Can you switch on? Okay. Right. So the background of the panel, and then we'll come to the screen. Right. Thank you, everybody, and hope to that you have enjoyed your tea. And we are also very excited that you're here, and the discussion would be very, very immersive, as the name of the session is immersive technology. Yeah, you can change the background to immersive. This is the next session. We are running a bit late, so we are on revolutionizing education, immersive technologies, and entrepreneurship. And I'm very happy that both the panelists are here with me. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, the organizers, for giving us the opportunity. So we know a lot about immersive technology, and immersive technology has become the part of our lives. Everybody at the moment is also immersed in their cell phone, doing some work, watching reels, doing some kind of time pass, So it has become a very, very important part of our life, the immersive technologies. And to discuss that, understand that, there are people with us who are totally into it, dedicated towards it, and will give us the right information, which is the need of the hour. So to cut the discussion short, I will be asking the first question to ma'am. Ma'am, what is the future of immersive technology, and how do you see that immersive technology can engage us, and where do you see that India should march ahead in this area?
Thank you so much for the question. I think so. When we speak about immersive technologies in the context of education, we are primarily looking at a lot of LLM models. You know, we've been talking a lot about ChatGPT. We've been talking about Gemini. We've been talking about Sora, and all of these technologies. And at the same time, I think we shouldn't negate the VR, AR sort of technologies. With Apple coming up with Vision Pro, I think that is also going to be a very, very imperative feature of education system in India. So if I go in sort of explain to this in the audience in two ways, I myself teach undergraduate and MBA students in different B schools across the country. And for example, I let my students use ChatGPT in the classroom, which is something that is not very well accepted by a lot of faculties at this stage. My goal is to not let students think of education in a very assembly line manner, where they are just coming to the class, learning up things, and then reproducing those things. I think especially in business education, which is where I am, it's extremely important for students to develop a thought process. It's very important for students to develop a critical thinking mindset, first order thinking mindset. And in order to do that, once you're at your workplace, nobody is going to stop you from using internet. A lot of coders
But
right now.
coming back to the usage of ChatGPT, do you think that it is immersive, it is engaging them more, or because there is a lot of negativity about using of the AI generated content? So whenever we publish a research paper now, they're asking for that, whether we have used any
Correct.
generative AI. So we have to
Correct.
give the statement whether we have used it or not, and if we have used it, we have read it again.
Correct.
Because it gives you the synonyms.
Absolutely.
And it changes the meaning of
I
the.
totally agree with you, sir, because research, for that perspective, the purpose of research is to generate new information. It's to generate knowledge. It's to improve what we already know in the body of literature, in the body of knowledge, right? Whereas that's not what we are trying to teach in an MBA school. We are trying to teach them how to solve problems on a daily basis when they join the industry, right? In order to do that, if there is some form of information that can come in very quickly, very handy, why should they not utilize this? For example, let's say I'm doing a case study in the classroom, and in that case study, they're supposed to come up with a go-to-market strategy, right? Within, let's say, they want to launch in UAE, they want to come up with a go-to-market strategy for a new product. If they can use ChatGPT to learn very quickly about what the market scenario is in UAE, what are the similar kind of products that exist, and then use this information to actually come up with a solution within that 2 hours of the classroom, which otherwise would have taken me 10 days to give them that assignment, where they would have gone to the internet, done the research, then brought it to class. I think using ChatGPT as an assistant for you to do the very fundamental basic research
Right. So
is good.
we will conclude that the ChatGPT should remain our assistant. It should not set into our minds, and we should not leave our writing skills, and we should use ChatGPT and the other generative AI methods as our assistant only. They just cannot take over us. Coming back to sir, the immersion technologies and the immersive technology we have discussed that it has given us a lot of impetus and a lot of discussion is there. What is the difference between traditional? Because traditional teaching and traditional studies are also very, very important. And how are now they different? And do you prefer traditional over immersive, or what is your take on that?
I think that's a great question. And me being an odd man out within this crowd, because I was speaking the same with Nandini and Sumit, that I am from the corporate world.
So we need the corporate viewpoint also.
Right. So
you are not the odd man out.
Yeah. In last 15 years of my corporate experience, what I feel, right, in education, we need to add the dimensions. Now, as he clearly asked or told, how a traditional approach versus the so-called AI, what we keep saying, how can it change in the education system, right? So now, also being in a corporate world, I do a freelancing teaching at multiple universities and colleges. So I can feel that what students actually needs. because they're interacting with the live corporate people rather than, and I'm not saying that the teaching community is not upskill. They are, but we get to see what's happening on day-to-day life, right? So what I feel is we need to add that dimension for the students where they get to understand on day-to-day basis in their curriculum what's happening on the real life, right? Because the syllabus what universities and colleges have will not get reversed or revamped. It gets revamped maybe 10 years, 15 years once, right? But if you try to have that corporate touch, and I know most of the companies, colleges and universities are doing that. Like I was speaking with one ma'am there. So she told that they've been in touch with, or they have an MOU signed with EY, TCS and all. But can we do that on a day-to-day basis rather than having a internship program or a project with the colleges that the student will get a corporate experience just for a period of 1 week or 2 months or 3 months maximum, right? So that's what I feel, that we need to have that immersive touch, the dimension, rather than the regular traditional approach that we are doing, so that the students will get enhanced quickly and they can adapt to the real market rather than going on to the textbook side.
So do you think that the companies really want these students who are only into immersive and don't know anything about traditional?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
So the point is that immersive is a subset of the main education system in India, but that's not the only thing that students have to learn nowadays. Ma'am, you want? Yeah.
So I think what you mentioned right now, right? It's a part of the overall education system. I don't even believe it's a part of the overall education system. I think it's a tool, right? So it's a tool that enables us to get better education. The traditional foundational concepts in any domain remain the very same, right? I think AI is what internet was to our generation. It took us a little time to kind of adapt to it and come to it, but we all needed to do that, and it only helped us. It only helped education.
Giving younger generation only the AI, will it serve the purpose?
No, absolutely not. Only AI can only serve the purpose if AI becomes so sentient that it starts to emote. It starts to learn what are the social skills that are required. It starts to learn, as quote unquote. I was very aligned with the panel that was happening before us, which said, don't call it soft skills. These are core skills. So AI is still not up to date there. It's not sentient yet. And it's going to take years, and it's going to probably never be sentient. And therefore, teachers in the classroom will always be needed. Core principles will always remain the same, right? And I think AI is just going to be a tool.
So how much use of technology is there in your office? And when you hire people, so do you look in their CV that they are into the softwares or they are into this immersive, and also do we look for that?
Yeah, see, now if I were to speak about the WFM, that is my expertise, right? The domain which is called workforce management, right?
Yeah.
So now 10 years ago, I think nobody in this room knows about WFM or workforce management. Have you guys heard this? Yeah.
Some knowledge is there, ma'am.
Yeah,
some knowledge is there.
But
Yeah.
how many
Today,
of you guys,
it will be enhanced too also.
so how many of you guys know HR?
So this is the synonym of HR, you can say.
Right. So yeah, workforce management has been, come out from the HR side and they
HR.
started, incorporating that. Now, if I were to hire a person from your college, right? Say I'm coming for campus placement,
Yeah.
right? What skill set I'm looking?
Yeah, I'm talking that should be it the subset or the main thing that we have learned.
The immersive side?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the person or a student has to have a basic knowledge of all.
Yes.
I'm not saying the deep dive,
Yeah.
right? But a basic knowledge would definitely help me so that I can upskill after taking that person into my team.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm looking. And then madam told that, AI, it's not completely there, but it is there, and we need to utilize to what level that it has to be utilized.
Right.
We cannot just go out of it, right? We need to have that AI, like chat GPT, right? So I keep telling my team members now the way we write emails, right? So, and then someone told in the last session that's sympathy and empathy, right? It is there all over the world.
Yes.
Not only in the corporate or education, you go any small shops, right? So for a customer and a vendor, that should be there, right? So I tell my team members, use chat GPT to rephrase your emails that is going out, and the change that I have seen, it's drastic.
No, there is a question mark on that. when we meet the students, we teach them, and we know a lot of students, but we know that they cannot write good English. And suddenly a letter or a cover letter comes to us with a very good English. As a teacher, we tend to know that it has been written by ChatGPT or some other software. So how do you manage that? Because you might have in your WFM some of the good candidates in English skills, but once they face the interview or once they join the office, they're not up to the mark because they have used a lot of immersive technologies and a lot of the other things, and traditionally they haven't done much. So how do you manage that? Because some of their skills are killed because of the use of most of the use of the AI.
So here the basic traditional approach I'm looking from a student is whether he can speak, not speak well, not speak well, speak sophisticated English. Speak English is what I look, right? And how grammatically he can write.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. There might be some mistakes over a period of time that can be enhanced. Right. And I'm not saying use ChatGPT to cheat someone, right? Use ChatGPT
they're not cheating. Usually they don't know that it is unethical because the rules are not there at the moment. So everybody's using it. So the rules might come in the later stage. But yes, they're using it fanatically. They're using it a lot.
Correct.
And that is why they're killing their writing skills. Because we have seen that many a times.
I think a fundamental question to ask is if the job that you're applying for does require you to have that skill or not, right? If communication is a very, very important primal need for a particular job, you're going to be a consultant, you're going to work in marketing, you definitely need to be really good at communications. But if that is not required, if you're going to be a back-end coder and you use ChatGPT to write your cover letter, I think that's okay. That's acceptable because you're going to
it varies from job profile to job profile.
Absolutely,
The usage can be given.
it's absolutely and as you said, right, you're now supposed to basically outrightly state that I have used ChatGPT for a particular thing. So as long as you are using this mindfully and as long as you're using this, as I said, as your assistant, I think there's not a lot of not a lot of problem.
Right.
And I say this for everything but academic writing. I am still on the fence about whether ChatGPT should be used for academic writing or not. I don't think.
Altogether different.
Yeah.
And one more thing just to add, how it can also damage.
Sir, can you just they're engrossed immersively. Yeah. Sir, thank you.
So what I would say, right? So I'm not saying that just use ChatGPT because that's the talk of the town. So you need to again proofread that. Right? As you keep proofreading, you will improve your skill sets in writing. Right? One day you can use it, second day, third day, fourth day, but sixth day your mind will say that why can't I write the thing which ChatGPT is writing? Right?
Yeah, you can memorize and you can you can take in the reverse thing of that also.
Improve your communication skill as well as writing skills, right? That's the mode what we need to get into. Not taking help every time from ChatGPT and just pasting it and sending it out.
And I think overall, we're restricting ourselves very much when we think of immersive technologies to only be ChatGPT. That's like a very, very small. LLMs are very small part. Artificial intelligence is generally anything that a machine can do for you. Much simpler, right? Calculators were in fact a similar sort of process. Computers were doing the same thing. ML is doing the same thing. Deep learning is doing the same thing. Neural networks are doing the same thing. All of these are essentially technologies that in some way or the other are immersive technologies and can actually have a very, very important impact on education.
You used the word in the introduction that Apple Vision Pro.
Apple Vision.
How are you using it?
So for example, we're still not there yet. Apple Vision Pro, for those of you who don't know, is basically an Apple metaverse goggle that can be utilized. So let's say, again, I'm going to take it back to management education because that's what I do. So Porter's 5 forces is something that we often talk about in management education. Porter himself is alive and he teaches sessions, right, in the US. What if I can bring Porter's class to you here? Right? What if you just wear like a metaverse goggle and you are almost sitting in the same classroom interacting with Porter and for him to be teaching you Porter's 5 forces? That is how much education can reform in the face of immersive technologies, if only we accept that and if only they become accessible at a price point that's doable, right? Vision Pro right now, very expensive. Not a lot of schools can afford it. But we are not just
It is there. It is there.
we are not just talking about right now. Maybe 10 years down the line, it actually becomes a technology that's very affordable. And in that manner, I think it's so brilliant. Everybody was talking about how sir said, right? What if you can be in an organization, not just as an intern, but pretty much every day, right? What if you can actually sit through very important decisions and board meetings and see how people interact with each other just through this Vision Pro, right? And without interrupting, without actually going through this process of internship, etc. Those are very important things, I think.
So where do you see the future of this thing? We have one presentation from sir. We will start the presentation after this question. You can come here and from there. Okay, so you can introduce after this question and then we'll give you that time. Just the question would be, sir, what is the future? Where do you see?
So future is again, how much you can invest on the technology, right? So a regular school versus a top school, what's the investment there? But the thing is the students are different there, right?
Yeah.
So how they can afford it now?
Yeah, the paying capacity of the students should also matter.
Yeah, right. So, and at the same time, madam told that, how can we visualize sitting in a classroom, what's happening in a corporate world, in a meeting, right? But there are some challenges there, right? So the only thing what we can see is what for a student when it comes to the job, it might be corporate again. Some of them might be the lecturers or the professors tomorrow, right? But what they need to pick up from the technology side, right? So now immersive is nothing but adding dimensions to your work. It might be from the education for students or for us on the corporate side. So that dimension can come in any different time.
We have seen lesser people using Kindle for reading a book. That is the immersive technology. I think that product didn't pick up in India, and not much of the people. Very rare people, because they thought that this is going to be very, very immersive thing, and everybody will Kindle and reading book on Kindle. I don't think so many of the people give. Give much joy.
I see that on a day-to-day basis because my wife is a big fan of that, and she reads multiple books.
Right.
Right. And now she is writing
out
a book.
Of three, we got one. Out
right.
Of that
So
she's using Kindle.
Yeah. Right. And she is from the academic. She is a. She has done a PhD in physics, and she's teaching in one of the institution back in my hometown.
Yeah.
So I see Kindle. Right. So we cannot say that. So how we're gonna utilize the technology matters. Now for you it might be Kindle. Now we have all online books, PDF and everything. But for some people, Kindle might be the good one.
Actually, to share like a contrary opinion, as per the definition of immersive technologies, Kindle is actually a static technology. It doesn't count as an immersive technology because it's a static technology where you're reading books. Your phone is immersive in nature, right? AI, etc., is immersive in nature. I think I want to touch a little bit upon the affordability aspect. I think more startups are coming out in the affordability manner. One comes to mind is this Josh Skills app, right? Which is it's being built for Bharat. So it's being built for tier 2, tier 3 cities where the affordability and accessibility is one of the biggest criteria. According to one of the Pratham reports that recently came out, about 68% of people aged between 14 to 18 actually have access to mobile phones, whether it's their own or their parents in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And that's a very, very huge sort of market to tap into if only you can create products that are in the intersection of education and apps and education and technology in some form or the other. And I think you can come up with more affordable things in the face of technology than you could have come without technology. So I think
yes, some of the technologies are also free at the moment. Open source intelligence softwares are there, like Python is totally free. People are using it.
Internet is almost free. That's one of the biggest things. Like it's very cheap now.
In the world.
Yeah.
We are having that. Yeah. So we go to the presentation, sir. Go ahead. Please introduce the name and the things that you will be showing.
So, Dr. Narula. Okay, yeah. Dr. Narula, thank you for letting me present my product. And thank you for the panel for this great discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to quickly show an immersive product. This product is used in Japan in over 350 schools. It's going to be in Helsinki in 186 schools. We're trying to bring it to India. And this is actually showed just like this to students in a class in Japan. There are 50,000 students doing this in Japan. And this is a guided inspirational session. The way it works is there's a guide and he talks about he basically introduced himself to teenagers That's who we cater to. And he is building critical skills by very basic, features. Like he's asking the students, when it comes to limitation, do you want to improve it? So then you put that part on the red side, or is it fine as it is? It's live, so students can do this in the class. And that's basically critical thinking right there. It's very small step. And this is how we really build inspiration. We have a trigger. We have an inspirational session. This lady has agoraphobia, fear of going outside of home, but she's a photographer. She used Google Street Views to take her, be a photographer. And now she's an inspiration because she's doing this for 15 years. She has a limitation, but she's taken it over. She's not Barack Obama or Elon Musk, but she has a challenge and she's inspirational. And bring her to students, not as a person who's being challenged, but as a person who's an inspiration. You talk about her photography, and once they are really triggered and inspired, you ask them to give us an output where in 200 words they give us what is your weakness. So, like example, my weakness is chocolates, right? So I say, okay, my weakness is chocolates. And then how do you come over a weakness? So I try to learn about different cocoa beans and try to taste different chocolates. That's a very teenager response. This is very emotional because this is happening in the class. Now I'll show you a live session because this is my staging server that I created for India. And this is a real anonymous post. So all posts are anonymous. Teenagers are anonymously writing these posts, sharing throughout Japan in other schools. So this is one post from Kyoto prefecture in Japan that says, what is your weakness? One of my weaknesses is that I don't have much concentration. So what do you do with your weakness? I have weakness of being not able to study much. So in the end, I end up interrupting studies and do other things like washing dishes, which takes a lot of time. But I try to take advantage of this weakness and break once in a while. By doing so, I hope to prevent problems such as overwork. And these are the feedback he's received from other teenagers from other schools anonymously.
So this product is not in India at the moment.
It can be as soon as tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, but not yet.
Got
You're
it.
right. So, yeah, that's anonymous feedback. If you read it, you'll realize one thing. That's not an adult talking. Yeah, that's not a teacher talking. That's your friend saying, it's a great idea to solve the problem, right? And that's essentially an immersive technology for a student in Japan. That's one of the impacts we have. These students are more creative. They have more empathy because they talk to each other, but they don't know who they're talking to. And please don't think that this is amazing. We moderate this content. Teenagers get cheeky, right? So we do moderate it. But yeah, we give them a platform to talk.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So now we would like to have the question from the audience. Please. Yes, sir.
I would be interested in knowing if there is any research done on the impact of immersive technologies and how it alters the brain. Because you're creating reality, brain. Does it alter brain chemicals? Does it have impact on mental health?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there is a plethora of research that is being done in this space. A lot of research being done at early age development on how tablets and use of tablets and use of, there are now responsive cartoons basically where the kid gets to decide how to alter the thing, and they're doing a lot of research. I think brings me back to a discussion thread that you all started, which was around the fact that nobody is able to learn the long-term impact as of yet. So I'm a little apprehensive of trusting those studies because the impact, at least on children, is going to be visible maybe 10 years down the line. However, for adult education, etc., they've been doing a lot of research, and it has shown in some regard that it frees up your mind to take more critical decisions, and therefore, ChatGPT or these fundamental research support systems technologies have actually, in fact, helped free up the mind. So it has increased capability, it has increased creative thinking. So out of box thinking sort of goes better, and it does free up your mind. So your decision making process becomes a little faster.
Thank you. And does it confuse the person who is testing this immersive technologies between alternate reality and reality?
I don't think that I'm aware of any research in that space. I'd have to really go check on this. But so far, I don't think that AR has taken that kind of a step where it has started to impact. So I think there is a very clear distinction between the reality.
Alternative or augmented? Which kind of?
Either way.
Either way.
Can I add
Yeah,
to-
I would like to,
Yeah.
not
After that,
ask a
ma'am,
question actually.
Sir, go ahead.
I would like to really add something to what you are talking, because what Dr. Nandini talks is actually maybe not true for today. But if you're thinking of education tomorrow, definitely these changes will come, whether you like it or not, like we heard yesterday. What is important is, what I have seen in the university curriculum is, we are still stuck with the old curriculum. And we are trying to teach an old curriculum, which is going outdated very fast with immersive technologies. What you need is actually to change the curriculum. Now the world is going for thematic learning. So your topic-based learning has to be converted, and then AI or any technology can be worked in project modes effectively. If you're trying to teach the same old topics in that
Presence of a camaraderie, I want to throw back a question at you and further deep delve into this. The curriculum is not wrong, the methods and the pedagogy is wrong, right? At the end of the day, marketing 101 needs to lead you to create a GTM strategy. That has been the case right now. That was the case 15 years ago when internet came. That was the case 30 years ago when there was no internet. You have to be able to create a go-to-market strategy. That is the goal of a marketing 101. Kotler has been talking about it for years now.
Dr. Nandini, most of the outcomes-based learning still in the old framework may be new to us today. But actually, this has happened. Education is always behind technology. Technology advances faster, and education is always outdated because we cannot move that fast. But we have to learn to move it fast.
We'll add the dimensions of that. We are running short of time. They have given us the timeline now.
Can I add something? Can I add something quickly? I will add something quickly because it will answer everybody's questions. So I have been working in the field of AI and VR for 20 years now. Previously in German Aerospace Center, now I'm a professor in this. And I can tell you the first question, which was about mental health, there has been research. There has already been research by psychologists because this technology was popular among two primary users were there. First was this simulators, flight simulators in Navy and Army. And the second one was psychologists. And psychologists have already learned a lot about its impact. And this is one of the discussions as well with the advent of metaverses as well, that how are you going to protect the citizens within metaverse, and this includes the students, and this should be a discussion among all the academics as well. Imagine this, I'm just going to give one situation. Imagine that you are in metaverse, right? And you have this ability to have avatars. You have a student who is much more healthier, has low self-esteem about her body. She chooses to have an avatar, which is absolutely whatever is considered the most beautiful avatar in this kind, what is accepted by the society. And she always uses that. Do you think this is healthy? No, it's not healthy. So how are we going to regulate that? How are we going to help them? So these are some of these aspects as well. And for entrepreneurship as well, I think there's one thing that I will just say, advise, in fact, that bring researchers on board whenever you are, thinking about even using it, because researchers have the real knowledge at the moment.
Right. We got it. Thank you. This is a good question, that if she's on a delusional path, she's using somebody else's personality and she's like that. Thank you. We will add it. Just a second. Sir has to add to it. We'll get back to you, sir.
Yeah, just one thing for what sir told, right? So education is beyond technology, right? So I'll give a best example now. When I did my engineering, right, I did computer science. But now if I see computer science has got multiple underlying branches, AI, IoT, ML, right? Why? Why only not computer science?
Yeah.
Right? So that's how, right? If education cannot be with the technology, at least they have to work hands on hands. So if technology is going somewhere, education has to follow because that's the future.
Even in the social sciences, there is a lot of softwares. We were in social sciences that we didn't want to use softwares, but now softwares are behind us. SPSS, Smart PLS, R, and NVivo 14, Mendeley, EndNote, Zetaro, Atlas.ti. There are 14, 15 software which we are using social sciences, which we never wanted. That is why we opted for social sciences, but the softwares are just behind me. So that is there. So we have to learn it. So yeah, quickly 1 minute and then to search.
Go, Tushar,
So
please.
Quickly.
it's not a question. I just want you all to observe that two students, 6 and 7, and your daughter is 7 and
7, yeah, she's 7.
and 11, right?
Son is 11.
And they are immersed. She's drawing for last half an hour. Now she's using technology to inspire herself to see something and then draw it.
And this is the first time she's drawing because there is no phone with her. Right?
Because nobody put color pencils here. I gave her a color pen with 3 colors. So that's immersion, and that is technology being used for immersion. So if you can get that part in learners and observe learners, I think that's way more important.
I think on the final note, because we are short on time, sorry, Mr. Tarek, I want to really want to drill down on the point that was made by ma'am here. I think that's a very, very important and a very valid point. Sadly, we don't even observe that in a real classroom. Like in real classroom, we don't really look at our students as an individual, and we don't think about what they are going through mentally, which we should. We should be more involved as faculties. We should be more involved. There are a lot of sort of reasons for why we can't be smaller classrooms, more time coverage, etc. Don't want to delve into that, but that's a really valid point. And at the pace at which AI is growing, it definitely needs psychologists, it definitely needs behavioral scientists, it definitely needs people who understand this better, so that we build products and we build technologies that are actually very inclusive. Thank you for bringing that point. I think this was not covered.
Yeah. Right.
I think that's the point that relates to the mental health issue that we talked about. I think it's basically for everything that we do, whether it is immersive technology, alternate reality, or true reality that we live. As we said, the guided part or assisted part is very important at the start of anything, right? I mean, basically you have a knife, you could kill somebody or you could use it for cooking. For anything that requires a tool has to be guided. Now the questions of morality, ethics, mental health, if they accompany any tool, whether it is reality or there's a immersive, alternate reality, I think it will play out well. If not guided, yes, it could become a devil.
Right. You want to say something? Go.
Yeah, just one last point I'd like to make from, if you like, a Videshi's perspective. Being an educationist for more than 30 years and living in this country for 25 of those, isn't it true that every tool we use from a pencil onwards is technology? So even at the most basic level, it's up to us, it's incumbent on us as educationists to understand the use of tools, the use of technology, whether it's what we call early technology like a pencil or a stick, or a mobile phone, or other forms of technology which we refer to as artificial intelligence. All of these, as educationists, we should be encouraging our students to embrace these as tools, not toys, as tools. So utilize them smartly and still keep reminding ourselves that we ourselves must stay in touch with the use of the different tools available to us, whether it's a pencil or whether it's anything of a higher standard in electronics. That's all I wish to say. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And that's the main part of our discussion, that the students should also be, the kids should also be given different tools and then the softwares. Yes. Any last question? Any last? Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. The mic will come to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Charu. I'm Dean at ILM University. So my question is about that video. So my question is that, are we trying to solve the problem, or are we trying to strengthen their mindset regarding the problem that exists without providing any solution? So just to add to the continuance of this, if a student is posting something and there are 100 other influx of messages that, yes, bro, you're right, even I can't study, math sucks, and all these kind of things. So are we just strengthening there and providing them sympathy? Because a 12-year-old cannot give solution to a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
So how does
Do you want the answer from the person who has shown the video or from the panelist? So,
what is your perspective about it?
I'm not very keen for these kind of things, but yes, if it is coming up, we have to see whether they are usable or not, and then ma'am and sir.
Okay, so in case you have a perspective.
I do have a perspective, but I'm not sure Tushar would be the better person to answer this. Tushar, this was in regard to the demo that we saw.
So they said that, ma'am.
So I think I got that. I think a very valid point that she makes, wherein she's saying that a 12-year-old cannot give a solution to another 12-year-old. So are we really just looking for camaraderie building here? Are we just looking for support here? Or is it that we are focused on looking at all of this data and then maybe recommending solutions to maybe, let's say, if there are important health or mental health problems
And that would make their thought more rigid in terms of that, yes, 100 more students out there feel the same as I feel. So then how is it a solution? Yes, if it is not influenced by 100 others. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Why is your perception correct?
It's not a perception. I have a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
It's an
I'm saying-
experience.
It's an experience.
Why are you trying to sell a 12-year-old and why do you think it's correct?
The 12, see what the video showed, that a 12-year-old raised an issue that I have a lack of concentration.
Yes.
Yes. And so what kind of, so are we giving a solution by using that model? So how is it a solution? That's what my question is.
Technical.
Okay, so solution, the thing is we allow students, that's a 40-minute session, by the way. I only gave it in 3.
Okay.
So before that, before they write down, for 20 minutes, there is a trigger, right? Inspirational trigger, which is navigated. And Miss Jackie Kenny comes in and she talks about how I'm a photographer, right? She doesn't talk about that she's agoraphobic for the first 10 minutes. We have a lot of discussion, a lot of votes. And the last 10 to 15 minutes, she talks about when in her teens, she really had fits, right? And she had agoraphobia. And it's really after 10 minutes of working with the teenagers, guiding them, that we bring up this issue. And after 15 minutes, we ask them to write an output, right? These outputs are moderated outputs. Some teens just write A for 200 words. We get that. We don't remove it, we moderate it, we don't share it with other students.
Right. Right. So again, time is up. Ma'am, you can connect with sir. We are here for lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sir.
I think just wanted to give a more academic perspective to this. The psychologist, one of the most influential ones in the world, Alberta Bertura, called this thing as something called vicarious mastery, wherein when you are aligning yourself with people who are going through similar experiences, specifically people who are most similar to you in terms of age, gender, location, etc., you tend to build self-confidence better. So self-efficacy increases, and maybe that's precisely what they are trying to build, just using technology instead of a group therapy session per se.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It's nice. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this panel discussion, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and commend our panelists for their thoughtful, provoking contributions. And here I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Gaurav once again. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Please join your hands for Dr. Sumit Narula. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Raghunandan Amin. A round of applause for Dr. Nandini Seth. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with our agenda, I am thrilled to introduce our panelists for the upcoming discussion who will bring the wealth of expertise to the table. Please give a round of applause to Dr. G.V. Rao. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India and Vice President, Indian Society of International Law, who will shed the light on the topic Higher Education in India, a paradigm shift in a globalized world.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you. It's indeed a privilege and honor to be here before all of you. I see so much excellence, so much achievement, so much modern educational, expertise. Yeah, just to introduce myself, I'm a senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India. I've been at the Supreme Court for the last 35 years. You can imagine my vintage. I think even Vic probably, we may be competing with each other for seniority in at this gathering. I'm very happy, and I must thank Vinay, Abhishek, and Pradeep for inviting me for this event. I'm not sure if I actually fit in to be able to address all of you, but I will share some thoughts which might be helpful and inspiring. Couple of things first. I studied in New Delhi. I went to a school called Army Public School in which is now in Dhola Kuan near the airport. And till I started practice about 20 years ago, we did not have any technology. Just to go and pull out a book, read it, make notes, and so on and so forth. So some of you, might find that very, amusing. And the petitions that we prepared in our early years of practice were on typewriters, manual typewriters, tap, tap, tap. And, they would put a cyclostyle. I don't know if you're going to have heard the word cyclostyle. So there would be a sheet of paper that you put there and multiple copies would come out of that. So we used to cyclostyle them. And if you made a mistake, it was not easy. You had to type the whole thing all again or type at least one page, or if you want to insert it, become difficult. But yet, just when I was in the early years of practice, technology became, something that was available to us, and we all sort of picked up on that. One of the reasons that really qualifies, me to be able to be here and address you is that early in the 90s, I was a part of a movement called National Alliance for Fundamental Right to Education, NAFRE. This is a small acronym, NAFRE. What did NAFRE do? We all fought to make right to education a part of the Indian Constitution, a fundamental right. And some of you, have some brief understanding of law, would know that fundamental rights are the most sacrosanct aspects of the Constitution. And we were able to we fought, we went to the president, there was a movement to the parliament, etc., and all of us, and we actually were successful to include right to education as a fundamental right in the Constitution, Article 21A. We got it included. What did it mean? It meant that free and compulsory education from the age of 6 to 14 to everybody across the country by the government. And that's a beginning, an enormous beginning. If today so much as excellence is here before us, it is that work which was carried out and done by some of us who legally tried to improve the entire educational ecosystem in India. And we did that by instrument of law. So that's one aspect which gives me some kind of minor qualification to address you, that I belong to that era where we set the foundations for creating excellence in education. And that was done by my court. The Honorable Supreme Court passed the judgment, and then thereafter the Parliament passed the act, right? So we have right to education, which is now education has to be top down. It has to go on the other way, the reverse, down upwards. You know, if you generate, like they say, if you give somebody a fish, you're feeding him for once. But if you teach him how to fish, you're teaching it for a generation. So that is where it is. And that is one of the things that really it was a passion for us. And all of us did that. And we were able to spread the level of education right across the milieu, and the state governments are doing it, and it's available to us now. Even schools, we give you evening education, or the public schools, etc. There is a time slot, etc., that is made available to educate the poorest of the poor and those who are at the lower strata of economic strata of the society. Now, it is heartening for me to see today's event and the kind of excellence in the area of education that all of you represent, and that we have arrived at this point. Because I have seen an era in the 90s when India did not have 2 weeks of foreign exchange. 2 weeks of foreign exchange. We had one single car, or maybe two brands of car, one Fiat and Mazda something, and that was available on the streets. And when I was making calls during my early school, college days, till much later, you had to book a call the telephone exchange and said, I want to make an international call. And they would call you back at about 6:37 or about 6-8 hours later and say, sir, your call is ready, can we connect? And it would be running faster than anything you can imagine at the cost of it. So all you said to your relatives or friends overseas was a quick hello, and you would disconnect because it would be prohibitive. In the year 1994, technology was advancing, fax machines came, and the telephone bill I had to pay for faxing things to Singapore was 1.5 lakhs of rupees for a month. And fax machines used to have thermal paper, and then you had to photocopy it, and so on and so forth. So there you are. That is where we have traveled, and all of that with the help of technology. And some of you have addressed those sessions about our advancement in technologies. We are now leaders. Bangalore, from where I belong, is a global capital for information technology, and which has helped everything else. And education being the center of all prosperity, all knowledge, all development, is something that all of you are dedicated and devoted to, and you pass it on from generation to generation, and your children, and so on and so forth. And therefore, you're building prosperity, you're building the nation, which gives us things like leadership of G20. All of what we did earlier gives us the global position. I have been traveling right from my early years of practice, just after college, all over the world to do things in Austria, in Greece, in Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., where I did structuring and financing of foreign investment. And we were some kind of remote country with snake charmers and so on and so forth, but we did not achieve and enjoy the position that people from Indian origin enjoy anywhere else in the world. And that is primarily because we have given strong emphasis to greater educational facilities, development methods, promoting and respecting our teachers and our academicians, etc. So that's a fantastic approach, and I've been able to address conferences in UNESCO. And let me give you an example, very interesting example. Yesterday, I was in communication with my classmate from my high school days. She was less known, not much communicative. She moved from a different school. Well, nobody recognized what her brilliance was, and so on and so forth. Sometime in 2014, I saw her with escorting the VIPs for the swearing-in ceremony. And I said, no, that's my classmate there, a lady named Ruchira Kamboj. We studied in textbooks. We didn't have technology. She now holds the position of the permanent representative of India in the United Nations. She's our permanent representative there, fighting for India's rights, representing it, our place in the Security Council, in the Committee of Nations. It can't get better than the world. That's the World Assembly. And the education standards which we have helped somebody like my classmate in school to reach that position where, as the president of the Security Council, you are the leader of the, of the globe, literally speaking, in terms of all that happens, peacekeeping, etc. So she held that position. She continues to hold that position as a lady, as someone who's from a different, a previous era. Now, that is primarily because we essentially, as Indian people, have the necessary wherewithal. The entire thing starts with having the ability to do so. Tools are another. Just now he said, write pens from a pencil to a cell phone or an iPad or whatever you have is only a tool. At the end of the day, it is that, and that's what is required. And when I was growing up, this is what I learned, and that was in those days, man's technology, that success is 99% hard work and 1% inspiration. So the most important thing which I would think I would take away, all of you know so much more, is to be is to inspire your all of your students and fellow colleagues and events like this. I just noted that when I was growing up here in the city of Delhi, I'm Delhi, although I belong from south of India. I've traveled the length and breadth, and I've seen educational institutions which are dear to me, and I have been able to lecture at 15, 20, various institutions. I was conferred professorship by 2 universities. I always did that. I loved imparting and sharing all that I learned, and that was a great help. So when I was in here growing up in Delhi, we had only one All India Institute of Medical Science, which was there in, some of you, if you know where it's located, it's there, one All India Institute of Medical Science. Today, we have 20 All India Institute of Medical Science, 20 of them right across the country, scattered everywhere, available to everybody. We had only IIT Delhi when I was in high school, etc. I think maybe later Bombay, almost a few days, 1 or 2 of them. Today, we have 23 IITs. We have the IIM Ahmedabad was the first one. We have 21 IIMs. We have 31 NITs and 25 IITs. That is, we have concentrated on, diplomas and skill development and other kinds of things. We have 7 Indian Institute of Science, Economic Research. We have 7 NIPERs, NIDs, National Institute. We have 5 of them. School of Planning and Architecture was just 1 right across the Supreme Court. Now we have 3. We have 7 central universities. We have 4 medical top-class medical research institutions, 12 other specialized institutes, and total 167 national institutions which are imparting excellent education. All of those who are leading some of the topmost companies which are aware of in the US are all homegrown educated. Sundar Pichai did not even go to an IIT, he was from Madras University. In that sense, what we have done primarily is to excel in the field of education, where we were able to hold positions of leadership in all parts of the world, the United States being the premier of them. We've done that. We even have a prime minister who's an UK, probably not educated in, but it's an Indian mind, Indian people. It gives us pride. And probably the man in Ireland is probably from Mumbai. And we've had, anyway, so the main point that I'm trying to make here is that from nascent just developing country which we were 75 years ago. We created so much. Just imagine what we could create if all of us put ourselves to making this, the education a great excellence. Now, today we have medical tourism in India. In the Nalanda and other ancient universities, the other day I met the Vice Chancellor of Nalanda. He was known to me earlier and we were happy to reunite after that. And we our ancient institutes of excellence. We should be able to create that kind of excellence, that kind of educational excellence where no one from India has to travel overseas to get some kind of qualification, to get a pat on the back, to get some kind of recognition or whatever you might call it. You need to have people coming from all over the world. As you know, we have the Atmanirbhar, where we are manufacturing so many products in India, where which are if you invite foreign investment in any form, you are enriching the country. If you're taking it out, then you are impoverishing it in some way. So the entire emphasis of all of you leaders of education is to ensure that we are able to attract that talent. Now, digital education is there today. As we speak, as Vice President of the Indian Society of International Law, on a weekly basis, we have people from different parts of the world who are holding positions in the United Nations, in the World Economic Forum, in various top-class universities, in the law of the sea, in humanitarian law, all of us addressing and interacting. And today technology helps us to achieve excellence by being in this place. The only thing is, you can say, well, that could happen anywhere, but no, not everybody has that ability to guide and to help and train not only teachers, but the students who are working with you. And that ability, yes, my time is up. And I had a lot to say, and I also had a prepared speech, but I will just read some conclusions from my prepared speech in 1 minute, and that will be all, right? So in any case, I was, I happened to be I happened to lose out on because of the excellent this thing is. So my conclusion, in conclusion, this is the National Education Policy of 2020. In conclusion, the national education policy and an increasing force on global competitiveness have propelled considerable expansion and change in India's higher education system over time. Notwithstanding the obstacles and intricacies, India is well positioned to become a major force in the world knowledge economy. India's higher education system has experienced significant expansion in recent times, owing to the country's extensive network of universities and colleges and freestanding institutes. Achieving educational inclusion and accessibility is demonstrated by the rise of enrollment and gender parity. Opportunities in higher education institutions have had the chance to adjust to the ever-changing dynamics of the higher education environment, thanks to the structural and policy reforms that the national educational policy brought about. Using virtual learning and non-traditional courses, digital skills and partnerships with edtech companies can improve the caliber and applicability of the education policy in India. National Education Policy 2020, by placing a strong emphasis on faculty development, research, innovation and digital learning, the NEP seeks to transform higher education. Even if the strategy tackles a number of difficulties, such as curriculum restructuring and equity concern, its successful execution necessitates the allocation of resources and the coordinated efforts. Employability skills in industries like engineering, management, and particular employability is still a major challenge. The necessity of curriculum revisions, industry, academic collaborations, and teacher training programs is highlighted by the requirement of soft skills, English proficiency, and practical competences. Finally, global opportunities for Indian professionals. India's workforce is positioned for success in the global arena thanks to its efficiency in English proficiency, skill development, and international engagement. International mobility is facilitated by platforms such as PTE, academic and competitiveness is enhanced by career integration and a lifelong learning efforts. Notable modification to student profile and segmentation. The student profile and educational preferences are influenced by changing market demands and demography. To ensure relevance and effectiveness, educational institutions need to address skill gaps, accommodate a diverse student body, and adjust to the changing demands of the business. Thank you so much for patient hearing. I hope I have been of some kind of source of, uh, improving your knowledge about the previous era. Thank you so much.
We extend our deepest appreciation for your time, knowledge, and passion. Thank you so much, sir. Can we once again have a round of applause? And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Gaurav to felicitate our panelist, Dr. G.V. Rao. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all ready for another insightful conversation as we prepare to explore why industry academia collaborations matter. In our next panel discussion, and I would like to invite on stage Dr. Dilip Nand Helier. Please come on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Director, IMM Business School. For the next presentation, I request Dr. Dilip to please come on stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hello, everybody. I know there's been a lot of wisdom just shared before me by Mr. Rao. I don't know if I'm going to be that wise. What I'm going to try to do is, last 2 days we have been talking about back and forth about what should be the future like, and do we resist this? Do we accept this? We're talking about human skills, etc., but nobody seems to be talking about what is now. So can we? So I'm really not getting into a lot of gyan throwing and all that. What I'm trying to say is what and how I feel management education must go. Dr. Nandini said if she's here. I mean, obviously that school is a good one, and we at IMM do respect that school, but I don't see her here. It would have been nice if we could exchange some notes. So what I am trying to say is we have been talking about industry and education. I'm sorry, I can't do this Man Ki Baat from here type. So I like to move around a bit. So basically what I'm trying to say is how do we get industry and academia together? Okay, because it's important. If we, I mean, why India? Why not entire South Asia? Why not the entire world get together and do things? It's all about collaboration in any case. But very often, I mean, I won't say it happens only in India, since I have taught in some of the B schools abroad, Australia, UK, Malaysia, and some countries in Africa. And I seem to find some commonalities where the corporate thinks we are a bunch of fools researching, writing a whole lot of, I don't know, I mean, sorry to use the word shit, putting it in some academic journals, which nobody wants to read. And that is true, because even we as academicians, do we read it? We only read it when we have to write our own research paper, otherwise we don't do anything. Okay, so it's, to me, that's useless literature. I mean, I have been writing research papers because my increment, my promotions, everything depends on it. Thanks to the education policy that Mr. Rao just talked about it. There are a lot of lacunas there. We will not go there, though. So I would like educationists come forward and be understood by the corporates, recognized by the corporates. Those who we think are the gurus are not gurus because they wrote research papers and those huge, huge books. They are research gurus because the industry respects them. That's the consumer. So how do we get? That's what the industry thinks. And we think, the academicians think, this industry, they're wild. They don't care about the morals and the ethics and what not. I mean, just now we were talking about the ethics of ChatGPT and we got to embrace it. Why? Why we got to embrace it? Because now we can't help it. The end product, as somebody said, that our students are end product, has to be consumed by that consumer. So where's the ethics? Where's this? So I just want to propose a way to go about it where industry, academia must work together, and that's the importance. In not just updating the curriculum, as we talked about, updating the pedagogy and all that, but in making it meaningful for both the stakeholders. And incidentally, also, therefore, law. Okay. Because the law must, in any case, emerge from what we do socially. It can't be law on one side. We are just seeing what happens when law happens on one side without being political about it. So really what we are talking about, the challenges and the opportunities that we have and the way we are trying to do it in our institute. That's the thing. If you find those practices good, please use them. If you think we can improve it, please tell us. So these are the things that we will talk. Industry, academia, collaboration. We will be talking about two companies with whom we have signed an MOU later on. One of them is a startup, which is in the mobility space, and the other one is in the finance space. Okay. The benefits that the society, I'm not talking of us as educationists only, but as a society, we can work together and contribute. And anything meaningful that has ever to come into the society or anything good that has ever happened has to satisfy all the stakeholders. The degrees may vary. Then some practices that we have had, we are trying to implement and implement very hard. My team is here. All of them are pushing very hard. We are about research. It's not that we are giving up research, but then we would rather get into something which is more relevant and action research. And then what are the challenges that these IACs have? So here is it. I mean, that's the definition. So I don't want to get into it. It's a partnership that we strike. And then modern education, this collaboration becomes more relevant and more forward-looking. If ChatGPT is like in one of the panels Mr. Raghunandan just discussed, is the way that he is looking at it, so be it. So why don't we learn alongside the industry? Why do we have to just keep it to the curriculum, which is important, like Dr. Nandini said, that, I have a way of putting this. Taj Mahal is a beautiful monument. Everybody praises it, right, Mr. Rao? Would you like to say it is true? And it has lasted for centuries, right? Beautiful architecture. Accepted. Industry, anybody who does not want to accept it? Nobody talks about the foundation that made it last. Nobody talks about that. Is academics. It is the foundation on which beautiful things can be built. Okay. And that foundation automatically will subsume if we are not living in those silos or those two compartments. If we are not living in those two compartments, where academic thinks these guys are brats, and the brats think these guys are oldies who don't want to do things. If we come together, and obviously since the responsibility of knowledge building lies in the court of the academicians, we got to bend, not the industry. Oh, of course, over time they would also bend, but we need to bend, reach out to them, rather than write in silos some academic paper with half of it, perhaps even the author doesn't understand, or he has understood, or she has understood, and then forgotten all about it. So that's what we were looking at. So here is it. This is what is the significance, enhancing the relevance. The first thing, let's get into relevant education, not just pure, what should I say, literacy. Now, I have a way to describe what is being highly literate. There can be somebody highly and super highly literate, but there is no superlatives to educated. Now, how I like to define this. A highly literate person is the one who knows all the principles, all the theories, all everything, and can even apply it. To me, an educated person is one who has these two things, but has three more things. First, the curiosity of a 6-year-old goes seeking all along. Because he has the curiosity, he must have the humility to be able to go and learn from any source. It doesn't matter what is the level. It's not the professors only who can teach. It can be a rickshawala on the streets who can teach. And often in our LinkedIn, we see all these, but we don't bring it to the classroom. And because he has these two, and those two of a highly literate, he must have the gumption to challenge the status quo. Ask what if not? If these 5 characters you see in anybody, he is educated, it doesn't mean that he has to get a degree. We in IMM are trying to work towards that. We haven't succeeded, but we will. That is for sure. Now, that is what it means if our students, if our youth, or why youth, don't go on my beard, I'm as young as them, if I can challenge the status quo, why not? I can do things. All growth that has ever happened, all progress that has ever happened is asking this question, why not this way? Okay. What it does is, obviously, it promotes experiential learning. And now, experiential learning, as I understand for most academicians, is get them to get their hands dirty. That's only one part of it. I'm not saying that that doesn't matter. Get the students into the thing. They talked about, somebody doing a day with the CEO is not enough. There is something which we don't talk about or teach in B schools. Not here, not most parts of the world that I know of. Okay, is the office politics. Let's not call it culture. Everybody pulls legs. So why don't we get our students to live that life and see the dynamics while they are still learning, while still they are hatching? Okay, so that we will come to what we are doing, and then probably you'll get a message. And I would like help really here, if you all can contribute as how I could do it better. Obviously, entrepreneurship is flows from there. So cultivating an industry partnership with the academia is the crux that I would like the education community, particularly wherever there is professional education. More specifically, I'm saying because I know management. I don't claim to know engineering, or I don't claim to know law so well, but this is how it is. It is not just that plain vanilla internship where a problem statement is given and there you are, and then you follow up, and then there's some little mentoring, and then we all know what happens to that. It may be just chat GPT generated now. Earlier it was cut, copy, paste from Google. So here is what are the challenges that we face. The first is how we could enhance the relevance in transferring knowledge. If you go to Europe, where I mean, for my PhD, I've worked there. No, I've worked when I was in the corporate, worked there. If you went to say that you're trying to research something, even an SME would open up everything because they trust you and they feel that you could add value. So in exchange, you give them whatever you have, the conclusions you have. I had this experience while doing my PhD. My doctorate is in small and medium enterprises. The town, a town which I love a lot, is Pune. And there is a industrial area called Chakan. I went there after taking an appointment and explaining what I'm going to do. Because when I sent out the questionnaire, these Google Maps and all that, technology that we were talking, zilch was the answer. Out of 100 such places that I could have sent that, maybe I got 5, 6. So that wouldn't have helped me. So I started doing it, and my data collection itself took about 1.5 years. Okay. So I went there and I was interviewing the man. When I went there, samosa lao, chai lao and all, I said, wow, this is how research must happen. And then I started gradually interviewing him question by question. Maybe it was the 4th question, and then he was staring at me like a hungry tiger or something. And then he came up with some choicest Marathi non-vegetarian, you know what I'm trying to say. And then, who the hell are you? Are you income tax? Are you this? Are you that? I said, no, sir, I'm trying to explain. I showed him the, the certificate that my institute had given. He called his peon and actually got me thrown out. Now, that was something not very new because I have been, early on in my career, I've been salesman, and in salesman, you learn how to get rejected and thrown out. So I got thrown out, but it was done so violently that I was shaken for the day, got on my vehicle and went back home. And that day I told my wife, no talking to me, no something. I just kind of closed because I was shaken. No offenses. I still go and meet this man. I mean, one of the ways that I've learned is when you are afraid of something, go and meet him, do it again and again. And so he is one of my friends. Okay. So that's it. IPR is what we could, because many companies, if in the process we come to know, that becomes a thing because trade secret is something which law likes to protect. Funding and resources required for it. Well, the view, and this is where the corporates can help. The view that the corporates take is interns. Why should I pay for this? So there is some free, feet on street or hands on the computer or something like that. Now, that's not the right way of looking at it. If industry has to contribute to education, and if industry has to consume what it is. So industry is also like a farmer. Okay, it might be that that organic farm part, that's the IPR part, but the rest it has to consume. So it must ready the field also. Administrative burden of doing this. When I was in the corporate world, my company would accept a few interns, deputed them to me, and I thought they were paying in the wrong place. Okay, and therefore I'll say, Jaake wo karao, do that and this is the practice. This is the practice. Whether it be in management, whether we in engineering, or maybe even law. Okay, I'm not too sure about medicine, but who knows? Okay, so that's the administrative burden. So it has to be. This is where the industry can take this seriously and help the education, help the academia contribute better. it will only help mean their success. Sustainability of this kind of a action, and then obviously, since yesterday we have been talking so much about evaluation and measurement of what is it that our students have attained. So this is what it is. Here are some of the things that we have done. First is multidisciplinary corporate immersion projects for problem solving. Now, first let me acknowledge there is a company called Sarthi Mobility in Gurgaon who has stepped up. Very kind of them. And there is another company called Growfi who has also stepped up, again out of Gurgaon, because that's where action is happening. Delhi is now, so maybe Noida will come forward. But what we have done is we have taken a particular problem statement and we have believed, I mean, these companies support us, that a problem may be in marketing, but the company as a whole must be looked at. So it is not just marketing problem. If we solve that problem, who knows, we might have a problem in the finance. If we solve that problem, we may have a problem in the HR or operations, multidimensional, the same problem. So what we are trying to do is we approach the company and we say, we would like you to depute one person who should be able to devote 1 hour per week for our students, first week to us, and 1 hour per week for our students. And we depute a faculty who may be from any discipline to help students navigate through that problem through actual academic research. We go back to the corporate every week and we validate. The students go and validate with them that this is the kind of progress that we have made. And he'll say, no, this is outdated now. So there the updated happens, or the corporate themselves get updated. And this keeps on going back and forth. At the end of it, the project is about writing a report, a kind of a white paper submitted to the corporate. To me, this is action research. So the company gets a solution, dirtying the hands or whatever you like to call it. There is meaningful, internship done by the students. And what does the faculty get? Now, faculty has lived through the whole thing, has a wealth of data with the permission of that company, write case studies and research papers, which is what academicians are supposed to do in the common this thing. What does IMM get? If we can train the guys so well and they can fit into the companies, then we are able to better answer package kitna placement hota hai ki nahi. These are two questions. So in our opinion, we believe this is the game changer that we are trying to really get into. Project work is obviously, that is nothing, but we try to give meaning. And then business activities to foster creative thinking, that of course is the thing that again is being done. We are trying to do it differently. Too early to say how far we have gone. Using technology, there are new tech or high tech courses that we are trying to, we have already incorporated into our curriculum from the management lens, not from the techie lens. Okay. And then obviously we need support today. If any of these initiatives you like, we need support from the academic community to guide us through this, and more from the corporate world, because this is what we believe will carry forward and make all that make in India. He's talking about Nalanda University, which comes from my home state. We can create these Nalanda universities everywhere, where we, if I'm hungry today, I'm starving today, Mr. Rao promises me a 5-star dinner 5 years down the line, is it relevant? So before we talk about AI and those kind of stuff, let's get this act ready. Let's get the foundation ready. We will build monuments even better than Taj Mahal. But we are foundationally not ready. And this is where industry and academia must come together. And I'm appealing because here most of us are from the education side. Let's reach out to them. Let's be meaningful to them. Okay. It's a fashion statement that I'll get a industry practitioner come to my college and speak. What does it mean to the student? Nothing. He's gone and given a lot of gyan. One person came, I mean, one of these practitioners came. This तुम्हारा degree कुछ नहीं होगा, तुमको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. This is poppycock. You know, he's forgotten that his Taj Mahal was also built on that platform. Okay, so let's not get into all that. This is what. Now, if there is any question, but before that, I'm happy that to support us, and this is the support we need from corporate world, Ms. Aanchal Andrews has come here from Sarthak. Please stand up. Okay. Thank you, Aanchal, for supporting us like that. They're working with us day and night. So is Glowfi. And we are trying to work with them 24/7. I think my team feels that they can wake up Aanchal in the middle of the night, even if she's having some beautiful dreams, and she can do vice versa. So I'm ready for any questions that you might like to ask. I have not gone into any psychology or all that high funda stuff because I don't know them. I was just telling Tushar that I've got one egg, I boil it, sometimes fry it, sometimes make an omelette out of it, sometimes make scrambled, sometimes egg curry. And that's what I try to do. I'm not going to invent some earth-shaking things until I can make all these to perfection. Thank you. Yeah. See, this is what are the reasons. Okay, just before you make the comment. These are 6 reasons where, another thing that's happening is that if the corporate world has to go to give a project, they may be right, but they will only go to those top tier IIMs, IITs and all. I've got a problem with that.
Yeah.
There is a quote, the tagline, which is used by Avis or was used by Avis and was also used by one of the candidates to US presidential election. It was, yes, we are number 2, but we try harder. Is corporate not missing out on that? Come to Pune, Mr. Sathe is here. He'll probably tell me out how many IIMs and IIT graduates are roaming the streets of Pune uselessly. And in any case, what are we trying to fund, at least in terms of India? These institutes join the corporates or do internship in corporates only to finally go fly out to the US. We are wasting money. Come to us. We will work harder and we'll stay here with you. And these are things that we do. Diverse perspective. These are students who will come probably from tier 2, tier 3 cities where the pains are felt much more. Therefore, it is an untapped potential, flexibility, and if I'm bad, if I'm not IIM, a student, forget about the faculty, we anyway agree. If I'm not IIM, I know I have to run that extra mile. And I know I have to think much more than the person who's got that qualification. Regional expertise they bring because they come from those, my B school might have a regional thing. Okay, we have students from all over the country, but primarily from this. So there is a regional expertise. While we can say that we must have an intercultural, interaction, it is also true that we must first be cleaning up our own home, and therefore regional expertise is important. Social impact, obviously, and this is therefore the growth opportunity. We talk about big time in India that we have got a demographic dividend and we can do this and we are the largest market, largest population. What the hell are we doing? With 42% as per CMIE unemployment, what are we doing? We are not tapping them properly. We are not training them properly. And by training, no, I will. I must be allowed to, I like your interjections, but sometimes we kind of overdo it. So yeah, that's right. So let's not overdo it. Let's not do it. Okay. So I'm just trying to say that dividend, if we cannot productively utilize as academia and the industry, then it would be a real shame, because this is only for next 10 years. After that, we will get older. Yes, sir.
Dr. Dilip, you've said many things, and a lot of them are useful and thought-provoking, etc. But like, I think you were sort of looking at me at every time when you had something critical to talk about, maybe the system or the governance or your experience with one of those universities. But let me tell you one thing here, that critical analysis helps improve, develop lacuna. But if you were to look at things in a perspective which is devoid or lacking in hope, then you cannot improve the system. Recently, I was sitting and I want to be a little candid about it, and most people are quiet and they don't talk about it. I was sitting with a judge in Bangalore, a retired one, who spoke about so many other things that required attention, and that was not all well and not all healthy and so on and so forth. I never commented. So he asked me, you've been in that court for such a long time and you perceive so many things, and not all is hunky-dory. Why didn't you comment about what I said? So I said, sir, I have a habit. Either I can speak good things or I remain silent about things that are negative. But having said that, the best way to improve a situation is to do it with a sense of hope, with a solution. It's better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. And that's an idea that I would like to share with you.
So I cannot agree with you more, sir. And that is exactly what I said, that NEP 2020 envisages, but not completely implementable. What we are trying to do here is that hope that we are reaching out ourselves, and I'm requesting all my colleagues here that they should do the same. It is our turn now. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that if we cannot hold our today, hopes of tomorrow gets that much distant.
I would still like to comment something.
Yeah, please.
All institutions together will reach a common goal. We can't be only IMM is doing everything. It's totality. We have to go as
very well said.
And time you say something, it contradicts your own. Sorry to say that. One should be vocal about it. I'm totally a joint faculty. I have no issues. Anybody can. Volunteer guys can never be fired. So my way of looking at things is to improve, add value and improve things.
So this is
one institution to do everything.
Did you?
Very important.
Can I go back?
It's too much to say only IMM is doing it.
No, I'm not saying that.
Your top management.
I've said some of the practices at IME. 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
But how that is the crux.
So that's what. Can I answer? So that's what I'm saying. Firstly, I did not say that we are the only institute. We are not the only bright guys going. All right. So fine. Now we are doing it, and I explained the thing that we are batting most for. We are doing it from whatever I've heard from the corporates, they are not. So I'm just saying that if you like it, please introduce it. If you think you're already doing it, very good. Where have I said that I'm the only guy doing it? Where have I said that? If you go to those 20 institutes and all are doing it, let's clap hands that I'm on the same page as you. If they are not, and if they think it will make sense to them, go suggest to them. That's it. Yes.
Dr. Dilip, thank you for the chance for me to add some comments to this debate. Just for those who perhaps haven't heard me speak before, I come from Australia, and around the first 20 years of my career was involved in dealing with business houses and in marketing and management. I also had my own advertising agency as a 25-year-old. Moving on from there, I moved into education in my mid-30s, and since the last 30 years involved in education capacity building and training. So having exposure on both the, shall we say, the corporate side of the market as well as the education side of the market, there is a common refrain that has been taking place at least the last 30 years. And that is, how do we educationists deliver education which is pertinent and relevant to the moving and the advancing of our industry and our commerce? And so the need for us to communicate regularly with our corporate partners and form corporate partnerships is critical to stay up to date for the benefit of our primary stakeholders, who are the students. We're all here for the primary stakeholders, for the students. As an educationist, I see myself in a position of not being so worried about my income, but more concerned about the outcome. True. What is the benefit for the student? Now, no matter how hard we try, how much networking can we do in the industry sector? For example, management covers a huge range of applications, whether it's engineering, electronics, avionics. Management is applicable in so many, in fact, in nearly every industry sector, there is an element of management critical. So how to apply ourselves industry specific? It's a very difficult mandate to do. Ask the government, for example, where do they draw their inspiration to write up the syllabi for the public education implementation? Where do they go? They go maybe to the industry seniors or the big boys, but are we missing one point? And the main point I want to make here is how many of us are focusing on capacity building the young ones for entrepreneurship? The ability to create business, to create wealth and build new ideas based on sound management principles, but creating wealth and creating opportunities rather than just simply grooming ourselves to be somebody else's slave, working for someone else and being employed by someone else. Why do we have so many unemployed people? Because they've been brought through the paradigm of training to get a job. Why not lift that standard and train them to become young entrepreneurs, use the ideas, take advantage of the opportunities that are clearly coming up and being entrepreneurs as well. So that's just a point I'd like to add to this narrative. Thank you so much, Dr.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
I would like to, if you permit me, I would like to share an insight with you. And I would like to have your insight on Bangladesh. You see, we have been working in this area to develop human capabilities for a long time. And now we are in a situation where we have got 85% of our population are working in the informal labor sector. So as you know that the income generation out of this informal sector will not lead us to towards further development. And now the country is working towards, we have realized that we need to generate our formal sector. We must further improve our skills and development, so on. And to that end, we have done at the macro level quite a few good things, like we have done our policy and we have established an skills development authority and so on. But the problem is, there are many problems, but one of the most important problem I feel is the delivery, how you deliver the skills, the market demanded skills to the rural areas. Because the kind of infrastructure we have, it can cater the needs of the townships to a limited extent. But the majority of women and majority of economic activities are happening in the rural areas, and there are a serious transportation problem, access problem, and so on. So this is a big problem, and a lot of models are being tried, but we are still do not know how effectively we can reach those areas. So I was wondering how this academia and the different institutions and different delivery organization can work together to increase this outreach. That's what.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. And India is not too different if we believe that 70% of Indian population is in the rural area or the urban area. Okay. So Delhi, Bombay, Pune, Hyderabad don't really work. And these markets are anyway saturated. The growth could be 1-2%. But we all want to run here because we believe that the jobs are here, and therefore the migration is happening. But now reverse migration, at least in India, is beginning. So what we can do as industry and academia during these MSIPs, as we like to call it, study this as a problem statement from the corporate. I'll just study this as a problem, and thereby sensitize our youth to go back to the villages and try to sort the problem. An example from Pune, there's that school is no more because the founder is no more, and he didn't have children, and he didn't. It was called Sadhana Center of Leadership and Management Development. They went to a village near a tourist location called Mahabaleshwar on the way. Why? And this was a problem, that how do we look at it? There was no transportation, no anything. The entire project was done multidimensionally. Just to answer his question, I'm not the first one suggesting it, but I'm the one who's definitely in the forefront of advocating it. This group of 12 students, looking at it from multiple sources, have converted that entire economy. And today it's completely, in many fashion, self-sustaining. The guys who went out of that village to Bombay and Pune have returned and are now getting into, first it all started with tourism. Now they're getting into some enterprises, and the opportunities are growing. If you are in India and if you can visit Tirupur, very far from Delhi, and therefore we can have academics who say, how do you know you're the only one? If you can go to Tirupur, it's a organization in itself with several micro enterprises. That is something which Bangladesh has. You have already overtaken us, India, in the textiles. That is our textile thing. Perhaps some of it is being done. Why can't we send our professional students to study it and see how it can be done better? Then the skilling happens. Lower down, you can't expect the lower down people to start thinking. So if we have got management, we have got engineering, we have got law, we have got all this, just this last. Then let's put them together to solve the problem and create. Yep. So we can, Achal, I'm sorry, we can always discuss offline. Thank you very much. And again, my appeal to you, if there is something we can do to improve this, please do come forward. And if there are some corporates here in this place, please help us implement some of this. Thank you. अंग्रेजी ठीक बोलेंगे?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Dilip Nankiolio. Your expertise and passion have made this conference truly memorable. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek on stage, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel discussion from classrooms to boardrooms. The role of education and business partnerships in bridging the skills gap. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Lakshman Pokhrel. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? CEO and Principal, Textile College President, Prashikshan. Dr. Sanjeev Bansal. Can we have a huge round of applause? Dean, MFS, and Director, MET Business School. Dr. Tabriz Ahmad. Sir, please come on stage. Professor of Law and Founding, Dean, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. And Dr. Shushi Davra. Please, ma'am, come on stage. Assistant Dean and Program Head, Integrated Program in Management, Chutkara Business School, Chutkara University, Punjab.
Can we start now? All right. Thank you so very much, friends. And all those who want to abuse us, accuse us, and say something nasty about a delayed session, I will be sharing the detail of my host with you. And don't blame us, please. Thank you so very much for being there. Professor Gaffney, I am just starting on the note on a very, which you said about the tools. So on a very lighter note, I only say use tools, not people. Love people, not tools. So perfectly right, you said. Friends, I'm extremely sorry. In fact, I wanted to be a part of this panel, but since the previous session is over delayed now, and I mean, my sincere apologies is going to be a miss for me only. I mean, I have given a very important scheduled meeting at Noida. I have to go back, so I will be requesting now my co-panelist, Dr. Taresh, to moderate this session. Thank you so very much for being so patient, and all the loss is mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal, for starting the session. I think we are in between the lunch. It will be very challenging for us all to engage all of you. We will try to be very short and very quick to finish this session. This is actually talking about the role of education and also the role of partnership in bridging these skill gaps. So we are since morning we are listening about the various speakers, and almost we're talking about the same thing, that how the way market is changing, the way we require the skill gaps due to the intervention of the technology. I think everybody has challenged how to try to match this gap in the industry sector. So therefore, there should be always a kind of open hand with the industry academia collaboration and to find out the skill gaps, because ultimately, if anybody producing, whether a lawyer or maybe manager or maybe engineers or doctors, if they're not matching the requirement of the market, we are failing in the process. And only market will be testing that the ground, whether we are producing the right fit or not. So that's why this thinking is very, very important with industry academia. We will understand that the gaps, because what we are running right now, we are going to produce over 4 or 5 years. So that's why in advance, understanding the market, future market, and then customizing the curriculum, syllabus, teaching patterns, skill orientation is very, very important. We know very well that we say that in 2040, after just 15 years, we are going to lose 30% jobs. And then again, thanks to the technology, we're going to create 50% more jobs. So there is no challenge for jobs. Only challenge is that who are the strong fit for the future. That's why the conference is very important to understand and discuss and find out where are the gaps and how to customize the curriculum of the universities. We as a directors, vice chancellors, our job is that to create a ready curriculum for future and try to provide the proper skills, because nobody can become all-rounder in one day. It requires a very systematic process, 4 year, 5 year, to provide the skill gaps and maybe the ready market reckoner for future. So let me welcome my two co-panelists, Mr. Lakshman Pokhrel, he is from Nepal. Thank you for coming all the way from Nepal to India. And also my left side is Dr. Shuchi Daura, came from Chandigarh. So we thank to both of them for joining this session. So let me first ask them quickly just to share in 2 minutes about your thoughts about the topic. Mr. Pokhrel. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's share, like when I simply got the topic, I directly selected this topic. So from the list of the topic, why? Because 20 years back, when I started my teaching career, at that time, getting job or the placement for the graduates was not much problem. But nowadays, so students are graduated from the college, from the undergrad degree, graduate degrees, but it's quite tough for them to get the jobs. So right now we are experiencing. And with this, I, along with my team in Nepal, so we started one college, rightly mentioned there, Shakespeare College, where we simply want to bridge the gap between this academia and the industry. The college itself is started with the involvement, direct involvement of the industry, so that student won't have any problems to get placed during their study, not after the graduation. So that was the main third. We started this college almost a year back. To highlight on major points on this topic, let me focus on three things. The first one is the understanding versus performance. Classrooms simply focuses on understanding, but industry that requires, or the boardrooms that requires performance. Colleges, universities, our education system simply foster on getting the proper knowledge. But with the knowledge, student can perform at the boardrooms, a big question. Let me share you one thing. I can understand how to hit success in the cricket, how to ball well so I can take more wickets. But with understanding, can I perform? To perform, I need to go in the field, play multiple times, ball multiple times, and then only I can perform. And we ask our students at colleges and the universities that you have to perform by understanding, which is not possible. So that students need to get real industry experience to perform at the college only. The next thing that I would like to highlight is about the skills versus qualifications. The person who is qualified does not guarantee whether he or she has skills. Industry or the boardrooms requires skills, but academics that focuses on qualification. Without skills, you are not going to get the good job in the marketplace. These days, when you get any vacancy notice with a qualification of undergraduate degree, there are 90% applicants who have already completed their graduate studies. That is why the main problem behind that is the skill. So skill can be taught, learned only with the training and development. And in that training and development, industry side must intervene, not only the academics, teacher like us, but also from the people from the industry. They have to come and guide the skills required at the boardrooms. And the third thing that I would like to highlight on this point is about the learning versus evolvement. So with the learning that happens at the classroom, and at the end of the degrees with the certificates, we ask a student to go and get the good jobs or get placed in the better organizations, which has to be focused during their study. Continuous evolvement must required during their study, not the linear progression. Linear progression at universities and colleges simply upgrade the classrooms. But at the same time, we have to focus on continuous evolvement of each and every students, which can assure to get better jobs or the placement in the organizations they wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Pokhrel, for very nicely putting 3 points, that understanding versus performance, and then skill versus qualification in learning versus involvement. You mentioned very rightly, definitely, that we have to see that what they actually learning, they have to be able to apply. Otherwise, what is happening, if you see the old models, we are creating copycats, and once they are going to perform, now not able to apply the knowledge what we have brought at them. So very important point you have raised. And second thing you raised about the skill and qualification. So simply what we are more academic now. If you see about the education 5.0, there will be no concept of the program, no concept of the qualification, only will be the kind of skills. So right now, once we see any ad, we say you must be from IIMs or IITs for NLUs, or you must have the BTech, MTech, all these qualifications. But in future, in 2050, as per the kind of the development happening, there will be no requirement of any qualification. Only will be the skilling. You must have these 10 skills, and who certified those skills, please apply. And will be tested and will be hired and will be performing excellently. So that's why now this is era of skills. But the real question is that how to really refine and find out what are those skills and how to ensure they are learning those skills. So now these viewers, thank you for raising very good points. Now I request my co-panelist, Dr. Suchi Deora, please share your thoughts on the topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would rather like to start with this aspect that when we are looking at education as a higher education, what exactly we are doing on ground. So when we talk about education, we do have certain, you can say, pointers from NEP and NCRF. So if you look at those, you will find that they are the tools in our hands through which we can bring in those programs, or you can say courses, which are going to help our learners to get those skills. Now, how do we fill that gap? Now, when question arises, how do we fill that gap? As a mentor, do we carry that perception? Now, here my focus remains that instead of having that conflict of interest with industry, we should rather focus on convergence of interest with industry. Now, when we talk about convergence, how do you bring that in place so that your learners learn those things? Now, I'll share a few practices that we are adopting in a business school. Obviously, we are getting into train the trainer modules where we are training the faculty as well. But when it comes to our learners, we are trying to bring industry to the classroom so that at the end of the day, our learners are able to get those skills. Now, there are various ways through which we are doing this. That includes internship, obviously, that is already there. But when it comes to having that glimpse of industry and what actually it takes to be in the industry, it is important that meaningful dialogue takes place between the industry people and the learners. So we need to encourage that. How can we encourage that? We can encourage that by organizing our courses in such a manner where there is experiential learning. Along with that, they have those interactions with the experts. Now we can have professors of practice. So if mentors are willing to accept this change and are themselves interacting with the corporate people, trust me, this change is very easy to bring in. And then when we talk about having those skills, hands-on trainings, having MOUs with the corporates in the different domains helps a lot. Now, we have 5 schools of excellence that are working in the different domains. Now, each domain is focusing on having the MOUs with the corporates so that we can bring in the trainers and they can help our learners to learn those skills. And obviously, when we talk about the challenges, the challenge is industry people are not that comfortable to accept the classroom teaching. It is a challenge, but then when mentors are around, it becomes easier to change the perception of learner as well as the trainers who are coming in. So this is the one way. The other ways could be you just need to find out the way out. You can send your learners on field studies. They can bring in the change movement. And if you try to explore their minds, you will find that these young minds are very much capable of identifying the problems and then finding solutions for that, provided you give them that platform. So now what we are doing on this? So we are trying to handhold our learners to get into more of patents, innovations, and if they have any idea, they can work with our mentors in our incubators, and they are continuously trying to look into what skills are required by the industry. So now these things might look difficult when it comes to putting up effort and time and resources, but we have seen the results there. So every student is interested in one thing or the other. But if you are willing to put in efforts, they will move forward and they will bring in wonderful results. That what we have seen in practice. And also, yes, when it comes to talking about green management practices, talk about patents, talk about the innovations they are bringing, tell them to observe rather than judge. So when they start observing little things, they are able to identify those gaps. So when it comes to collaborations, they are, yes, they require effort and they require change in the mindset also from both the parties when it comes to mentors or let's say corporates. But when the meaningful dialogue is happening, trust me, corporates are more than willing to come to your campuses and ensure that they are training your learners to the level where they are going to absorb them. They might scan their skills, they might filter their skills, but at the end, it is going to pay off. So that's my humble submission in this. Thank you, Dr. Tabes, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Shuchi. You have raised various questions, in fact, very relevant to the current scenario. You raised about the NEP. You know, Government of India has brought a very new model, NEP 2020, and just trying to really link up with the skill orientation system. But the main challenge will happen about the first generation people joining the academic sector. So government target is that currently we have 28.5 GR, and government is planning to go to at least 40% by 50% by 2040. It means there will be a 12.5% additional workforce or the student coming in the mainstream, and they're mostly from first generation family. If they'll come from the first generation family, there's a lot of pressure on the orientation plus the kind of the mentoring, supporting, helping them to understand the entire scenario, because they will come and they'll be lost about which career they have to choose, what is their skill set, where to be, there will be a lot of the challenge of the professionalism, about the language challenges and all. So government is very rightly saying, let us have the bilingual, trilingual model to bring them the mainstream. But the role of the kind of the academicians, schools are very, very important to give them hand holding. So they will be trying to properly selecting the area where they can do wonders, because any wrong matching will be a serious problem. So our job is that to properly guide them which career prospect is good for them. Second thing is that to properly matching with the industry. She mentioned about the aspect of the process of practice, but how many industry persons, how many experts will be really willing to coming to the university and passing time? I know we have hired a lot of, we have been the vice chancellor, pro vice chancellor at the good universities. I know very well what is really happening. So in the name of the professor practice, some of the good profile will be joining your university. Their names are on there on the website. They will come in after 6 months, 1 year time, pass 2 hours time, take lunch and go. Just like Andrew was doing branding, being a private, very happy somebody came and delivered the lecture. So I wash. Actually, we require really cutting edge skill set imparting the students. And that's why, okay, lecture is fine, but they have to go to the industry and pass some time. You know very well the cost of this seat in the university, in the industry. During pandemic, a lot of industry, they have lost their business. Now the cost, I'm just sharing about the example of the Hyderabad. In Hyderabad, there is a co-working places. They are offering, if you are a small industry, you are just startup, you cannot hire a full office. You just hire 1 seat, 2 seat, 5 seats. 1 seat cost is 16,000 rupees. If you have taken around 17, 18 seats, already you are paying 1 lakh rupees per month, only for just occupying the place. And if you are really taking some student from university, just to come and do some handholding, some training internship, see the cost of the university in the industry. And what is their benefit? So one way it is also costly affair for the industry to provide proper skilling to the student. Otherwise, university also require a lot of support the student going to industry and getting some lot of skills. So I think the problem is that we should be very industries very open, because ultimately it is their benefit. If university can produce the very relevant up to the mark cutting edge professional, only industry will be getting benefits. So I think there are a lot of support is required for collaboration. And other problem is regarding the universities, colleges in the rural areas. We can talk about the Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, Calcutta, Bombay, is fine. But can you understand the 70% population residing in the rural areas, and lot of universities, colleges, they're also from rural background, how they will attract somebody from the big cities coming and passing their time? And how the students from rural areas coming to big cities and passing their time? They cannot pay the fee of the college. How you can expect them to staying 1 month in a big city and paying very costly price? So this is not very easy affair. A very good idea about the NEP and all, but I think a lot of support required from industry, from university, and from ourselves to really make it really workable. So thank you very much for very nice point you added. Also, one more point, just 1 minute. You highlighted about the IPR aspect, and also I was listening about you, and also I was listening about the Mr. G.V. Rao. He mentioned about the IPR. I being the person of IPR, I always very concerned about the quality of IPR we are producing. One of the parameters is patent per million. So I being the expert in IPR, I always go by patent per million. You know data, anybody can tell me what is the patent per million of India right now? Anybody, just guess. Patent per million of India or US, Japan, anybody? Current patent per million of Japan is 889. America is just 290. India, any idea? 34.5. 34 point patents per million current of Indian IPR status, and Japan is still even the highest filings from China. But Japan did so much research, quality research in earlier days, still they are leading the world in the patent per million data. So 889 patent per million. If you just compare, one Japanese are 30 times efficient in research innovation than one Indian. And see what happening. We are very happy, somebody publishing papers, doing doctorates, doing research projects. But what is the conversion in terms of the IPR protection, IPR grants? Because of NAC and all this, every university is filing patents and patents. I was seeing last week data, it was given top 10 universities filing number of patents. But see how many are granted. Filing is not the achievement. How many are granted is the achievement. And granting rate of India is very less than 3-4% is the granting status. So my point is that we as an academician, as the directors, vice chancellors, deans, we have to ensure our PhDs are converted in the actual IPRs. Our projects must be given to proper IPRs. Then we are able to change the world. But best part is that adding the, if you talk about the AI, India is the top 10 in the world right now in AI patent filing. So this shows some positive sign for India, because India is leading the world in the terms of AI. So thank you very much, Shuji, for very nice points. Now I request again Mr. G. Rao, Mr. Pokhrel from Nepal, that can you tell me about what is the status about conversion of the actual research in terms of IPR or terms of the property status in Nepal? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, regarding IPR, we are poorest than India. We have laws by the government, but regarding our academic curriculum, right now, universities are keeping one chapter in each of the courses regarding IPR. So we are in the process of delivering knowledge to the people and or the students regarding the IPR. But regarding the enforcement, it's almost nothing in our country. So in that part, so again, learning from what's happening around the world. So, but recently evolved startups or the young businesses, the graduates of MBAs or BBAs or IT program students, since they are aware about intellectual property and their companies or the startups are trying to get some kind of involvement in IPR activities within the country.
Thank you very much for providing data about the IPR. So, our topic is really about the collaboration and also about the education. So, if you talk about collaboration, there are two kind of collaboration. One, we collaborate for the university to university about kind of some academic sharing or knowledge lab work and all joint work conferences. Other is industry to academia. Third thing is that industry to industry about the merger, amalgamation, takeover, or spin-offs and all. So always the big challenge of IPR is there. If any company is doing demerger, merger, takeover, spin-off, always the IPR is a big question mark. And sorry to say that in India, we don't have any expert right now. We have Mr. Ross sitting here from the lawyer background. I'm also a lawyer, in fact. Why? Because right now, there are a lot of growth happening in IT sector. And some of the IT companies, they have 99% assets in IPR. If you talk about Google, anybody has in Google office in US, you go, very small office. What is there? There are some machines are there, nothing. But they have 99% assets in IPR. Talk about Yahoo, Microsoft, Google, IBM, majority of assets in IPR. For example, if today any IT company want to 10% diversify or sell out, how to decide what amount of money should be paid for 10% diversification? What is the calculation? How to decide? Who is the expert? Still, we are relying on American experts in valuation of the IPRs. So if you talk about the, you mentioned about the incubation, very good idea about incubation. But how many university colleges really incubating companies with support of the industry? And how many are converting successful business models? How many successful rates are there about the startups? Only 3% success rate right now. Because ultimately, if you don't have a very proper model and not converting the idea in the kind of implementation plus converting in IPR, you cannot have successful business model. So that's why I think we have to also very active right now about incubation process. Because if you talk about the kind of breakthroughs, India is very, very bad condition. If you calculate the investment in the universities in the country, all the labs, all the kind of the professors, chambers, books, libraries, very, very high kind of investment. But what is the outcome in terms of the research? If you go to foreign universities, the breakthroughs are happening in the universities, laboratories. In India, happening in corporate sector. At least corporates are hiring the best talent and they are able to produce breakthroughs, do a lot of innovations. But India, what universities are doing? We are not able to produce as per the investment. So that's why I think we have to be very active about engaging all the bright students, putting them in the incubation, attracting the industry, coming and then motivating for good business models to go and then percolate in terms of the business model. This way, I think we can change the world. But some privates are doing very well, at least because of NAC or NIRF and the inspection and the ratings and all. At least they are having some offices, attracting some industry, collaboration is there. And some of the at least new models are coming. And we have seen that there are some Currently, maximum of the billionaires are mostly from startups. 3 year, 5 years, they become billionaires because they have very great ideas. But who will understand this idea is really marketable? Which idea is can be become a good business model? Which idea has really a great market value? We can understand. We are the professors. Our job is that to really understand the students from their projects, from their research, from their papers. Then we can really change the world. So I think we have enough discussion from our side. Now we want to open the floor for all of you. If anybody has any ideas, any kind of the questions, you are most welcome. Otherwise, if anybody want to share some thoughts, you are most
So
welcome.
I want to add something on what I experienced, our panelist, Suchi. What she said is the same problem I also faced in my country. To bring the industry into the classroom is quite challenge. So they are not able to teach inside the classroom. So let's not expect them to teach inside the classroom. What I did is simply our college is funded 50% by the industry. So industry, so that runs a company. So that especially focuses on tech. We hire in that industry, in that company also, we hire the people. While during the hiring process, we simply write in their job description, they have to facilitate the classroom as well. Not only do the programming in the laptops or make the softwares, but also they have to engage students in the learning process. So what we offer in the college is we offer the dual curriculum. One is from the university. So for qualification, for linear progress, for understanding. And the industry curriculum is for performance, is for continuous involvement, and for the skills. So our employees at industry or the company, they simply come to the college. So they work inside the college and they implement the industry curriculum with the college students. So with the 6-7 months of operations, implementing this dual curriculum system at college. So what we observed is almost 20% of the students are going to be in the job market after their first semester graduation. That we have felt. So they are now almost ready to work at the basic level of any corporates or the organizations. So in their specific domain. So that's what we have practiced right now. And that is working at my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pokhrel, for sharing your experience of the Nepal. Now I request Sushi, she has some points. Please share.
I would like to share this thing that the whole idea is of how do we affect the learning curve of our learners. Now, here it is important to understand where the interest of the learner is. So whether they want to join the corporate, whether they want to explore their option as entrepreneurship, and if they are interested in the various fields, why not we can give them that platform where they can develop themselves and reach that level where they are industry relevant, whether we talk about job creation or getting into jobs. So yes, we do have our network of alumni who are coming to the campus and who are absorbing those candidates also, which they found to be capable of handling the profiles. So the intent should be to ensure that we are providing them the platform, whether it is related to critical writing, whether it is related to creative thinking, or if you explore NCRF and NEP, you will find that they've already mentioned these courses. But now it's our responsibility how we deliver these courses. We can bring in trainers, we can bring in experts, but yes, the cost is there. But we need to understand that our main stakeholders are our students. So we need to ensure that they are getting best of the skills that we can provide so that they remain industry relevant. So that's my take on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sushi, for sharing experience. Now the floor is open for questions. Anybody, please go ahead. Yes.
I would like to fully endorse all what Dr. Suchit Vavra said, because I was at the Chitkara University at their invitation on 18th of February, which is barely a week ago. And the professors of practice who are there are Saurav Roy and Devyansh Juneja, both of whom follow me, and they work with me and they invited me, and of course your dean. And I think she speaks from experience, and Chitkara is one of the finest universities I have visited, and they're doing all what she has talked about. So her endorsement from my side about what she speaks, these are not just theoretical propositions she's trying to advance, but from experience of what the institution is actually doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Begin to her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Inputs or questions, yeah, please. Yeah. Just tell about yourself and then ask the question. If you're referring to some speaker or to the panel, please also mention.
So I was listening to the discussions, and I come from a school. I'm heading a school, which is K-12 school. Name is Pacific World School. We face challenges at school level in different areas. You spoke about research skills. Now, our curriculum in school, and of course, NEP 2020 comes as a breath of fresh air, but up until now, the curriculum is such that it does not promote researching skills. And our students, when they reach college level or even postgraduate level, they struggle to become researchers. Now, obviously, when we have such amateur researchers, like the skills are missing, you cannot expect a culture of innovation, and hence the figure of such low patents coming from India. So the point which I would like to share is that why not start research as a subject right from the school level, so that students know what it is to search for knowledge, rather than expecting knowledge to come on the table, like a spoon-fed knowledge comes to them. And the other is that, see, sir, at college level, when you talk about innovation, innovation is a luxury which not everyone can enjoy, because we as a society, we believe that optimize the work of every human resource that we have. Say, for example, if we have 8 periods in the school, we want the teacher to work at least for 6 periods, if not more. Now, under these circumstances, how can a person have the luxury to delve into research? And if at all somebody wants to do research, the kind of grants which are given us, the fellowships which are given are pretty low. So I think we need to think more holistically in these areas, so that we promote a culture of research and we also encourage people to get into this field. Thank you.
Big hand to her for raising very, very valid questions that we are really struggling in the area of research, and also you raised very valid point about school level. So really, if a school can do well, our job is done. If we can get bright, already happening. All the IITs, IIMs, NLUs who are getting the top quality students, their job is very, very less, because they are already properly mentally prepared to do hard work. They're intelligent. They have from that culture. They will do wonders. But the main problem is that who are coming not from a very well off schools, how to train them. You discuss about the model where there is no chance for research, but let me share. There are a lot of the kind of the boards. For example, IB board, IGCSE board. Already it is in their curriculum. Because I'm not from that background, but I'm from UP board, a Hindi wala. But at least my daughter is studying in the Jidunga World School, and she's in just class 10. And class 9, they have the very serious kind of research work, a group work project. They have to go to a society, they have to do some kind of the help and handing to the poor persons. They will prepare proper reports with the photographs, and they have to render write-up, they have to produce. It must be also very, very original. So she has taken something from ChatGPT. Her madam has checked and she has told this is not the machine language, please change it. So there is a model, but thanks to the government of India in NEP 2020, that trying to change from class 6. So from class 6, you are supposed to provide them helping hand to go some industry, local area to understand some technical aspect, and then they may be changing their mindset. So already we are moving to that area where the lot of support to creativity innovations are there. Other thing is that it depends on teacher to teacher. I think our job is that to encourage, motivate them to do something very creative. We have to celebrate creativity. Otherwise, what happen? Even the question will be always student, some tough question, teacher will shout, and then he will be stopping always not to ask questions. We as a teacher, we have to motivate, encourage them to creativity. So if we can motivate them and encourage creativity, we celebrate creativity. I think they can become future creative the leaders, and our job in university will become very, very easy if we can early ready-made the student who already came from that background. So thank you very much for very good question who asked relevant question. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Regarding this curriculum thing, let me add one more thing. As a teacher, like I also stayed almost more than 10 years in teaching K-12 students. We only focus on this curriculum things. Okay. So whatever is given in the curriculum, we are bounded by that, and because we have to complete it within the time frame, limited time frame, and learning is confined within that. Let's take this curriculum as a runway of airport, where the plane takes off and lands. The curriculum is like that, and we have to start from curriculum, and we can land within that curriculum, but we can fly anywhere. So that brings again that innovation, creativity, everything. So let's not limit within the curriculum, within the scope of curriculum only. Let's go beyond that. As a teacher, to transform students and bridge the gap of skills from classroom to the boardrooms, let's not be only teaching. Let's be transforming from one stage of students to the next stage of students. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to share some thoughts?
Okay. The main point here is how much zeal you have to ensure that your students are guided in the right manner. So I'm glad to share that in our Chitkara International School, students are working on patents. So the only thing is you have to encourage their creativity, and that level of curiosity needs to be there. And you have to show that zeal where you can make sure that they feel comfortable sharing their ideas. Once you start doing it, there is no end to it. So you will find that there are students who are going to bring in innovations. So that's my take on that. Thank you.
So thank you. I think we are short of time, and really I very appreciate all of you to very interestingly participating in the discussion and also listening us. So we thank to all of you for your patient hearing, even during lunch time. We thank to my fellow panelists, Mr. Lakshman Pokhrel and also Dr. Suchi Devra for very nicely mentioning your experience plus your points. So thank you all of you and wish you all the best. Yeah.
Sure. At the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Gaurav to please come and felicitate the panelists. Please join your hands, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Lakshman Pokhrel. Join your hands for Dr. Tabriz Ahmed. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Suchi Devra. I request all of you to please come forward for a group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a well-deserved lunch break. Please enjoy the meal and take this opportunity to network and recharge. Thank you so much. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are starting our next session in 5 minutes. I request all of you to please join us as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the next session in next 3-4 minutes. So I request all of you to please come back and settle down as soon as possible. I request everyone to please come join us as soon as possible. We are starting the next session. I request everyone to please settle down. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break and had the chance to refuel your both bodies and minds. So let's resume our conference session with renewed energy and enthusiasm. So the topic of the next panel discussion is mental health and well-being in education, strategies for support. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jaskiran Arora. Ma'am, please come on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen? Dean Education Quality and heads the Center for Teaching and Learning at BML Minjal University. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Amrita Vora. Ma'am, please come on stage. COO and Director Education, GEMS Education India. Can we have a round of applause for her as well, ladies and gentlemen? I would like to call upon stage Dr. Vinita Jain, Senior Special Educator, Mount Carmel School. Can we have a round of applause for her as well, ladies and gentlemen?
The same sequence. So I find that.
Okay. We have 10 minutes. You should let us know.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think post-lunch session seems to be the most challenging one, and especially on a Friday evening. So without much ado, I invite my co-panelists to first introduce themselves and then we get rolling.
Yeah. I think we'll try and help the organizers with some time management and we'll cut out the introductions. They've already given the designations and I hope that should suffice. I see myself as a teacher. Everything else is after that and beyond that and does not matter. What matters is all of us here are actually educators, irrespective of what age group, what level we may be teaching and how we may be contributing. The topic is what we would like to go ahead with, and I just leave it to my fellow panelists to also add to introductions.
Okay, so as Dr. Amrita said, like we don't need much introductions because we all are educators and we are learners also. So we have been learning throughout. So I'll just briefly tell about myself because I know it's something very close to my heart and it's my passion. So I've been working with children for almost 20 years now. And I'm working as a child and adolescent psychologist and special educator with the children. So it's something why I started this journey because it was very close to my heart to work with children and listen to their problems. So there I started, and I feel today that I'm really blessed that I've got that chance to to work with those children. When I talk about mental health of children, I think that has become much more important than it was in our own times when we were young. So it has become so much of, and when you hear about like हमारे टाइम में तो ऐसा था ही नहीं, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता था, बच्चे आजकल ज्यादा परेशान रहने लगे हैं, all of that. So I really feel that we have to understand the times have changed. The times have changed, so the needs of the children have also changed. So we have to really deal with those needs in a very, very sophisticatedly. So I feel that way. So Dr. Amrita, would you like to?
Thanks for saying that. I think listening, though, as you started out with, was always important. Still is, always will be. But we hardly listen. Yeah. So thank you so much. It is post lunch. It's going to be tough for you all to listen. We might be sleepy. We'll try to keep you as awake as possible. And the topic at hand is.
We are getting awards after this, so everybody's.
That's good. That's good. So then we've ensured one thing, at least everybody is happy. There's some anticipation in the air, some hope in the air. Now, going back to our classrooms, and it's not about, ma'am pointed out, everybody says children today, oh my God, why this, why that, like she mentioned just now. It's not just children. Let's look at some data. I'm sure many researchers are here. So let's look at data. The last survey, in India, we stand 126th in terms of happiness quotient amongst a total of 146 countries surveyed. So, bhai, hum bahut pareshan aur dukhi log hain for some reason. Then there is the other indexes. Over 970 million people are actually suffering from one or the other mental health concern. We cannot ignore it. That's a whopping number. Another survey, a recent research by none other than the Harvard University, actually says that 1 out of every 2, 50% is huge. 1 out of every 2 individuals do suffer from some or the other mental health concern through their lifetime at some point or another. And actually, this is much more as of today in the younger generation. So between the age group of 18 to 34, this percentage is 42%, which is huge. We are dealing with this. Why is this happened is something that we'll first go into, and then we can also start talking about, and we don't have to be the only people who talk about the solutions as educators, because we certainly have a role to play, but the entire audience here, all of us are educators, we can discuss solutions together. Some we know, some you will know, and the idea is to sort of bring them all together and so that we all can use them, whatever works. One of the key reasons, if you talk to anyone today, I mean, I talk to my son, I say, why didn't you call? He said, I texted. Did you call that person? No, I texted, it's done. It's much simpler. It's much easier. Yes, technology is here to stay. It has made life easier for us. And we were busy working with technology, trying to invent all kinds of things so that we could write poetry while technology would clean the house for us, etc. But today, probably we are working the back end while AI writes poetry. So somewhere things have twisted around in a very funny way. And that interconnectedness, that human connection, that touch with each other, we are losing it somewhere. Little less probably us millennials or boomers or whatever they call us, but way more with Gen Z. They're totally losing that connection. COVID did whatever else it could to, make some things worse. Of course, we realized a whole lot after that also, but things only worsened as far as mental health issues were concerned. One good thing that has happened over the past 4 or 5 years, thanks or no thanks to the pandemic, is that 5 years ago, when she and I both working towards mental health and well-being since quite a few years, we tried to do a session, a workshop, a conference, and the word mental health was used. We had no takers. Nobody would turn up. People said it wasn't for them. Today, at least that taboo is broken. We had to reinvent. We had to think of ideas. We had to, we thought of all possible euphemisms for it to try and bring up that dialogue. So we have today something that we call semicolon, a mental health and well-being dialogue is something we added to it later when we realized now there is acceptance. Earlier, we used to call it semicolon, all about well-being and so on, a dialogue for educators. We do that every year. And over the years, I've seen the growing understanding. But the one challenge still is there's at least acknowledgement, and now suddenly everybody, every conference I go to, day before yesterday, I was in the National Progressive Schools Conference, the 2-day event. It was all mental health and well-being. That was the topic of the conference. So everybody spoke about it, but there was barely any mental health expert there. From government professionals to educationists to all people were there, but actual mental health professionals were really lacking, very few and far between, and they hardly got very limited time to spoke if and when they were. So those are the kind of challenges we're dealing with. I think we really need to see why and understand that amidst all the talk, life skills is important, university life and clubs and whatever. There's a lot of performance currency that we have created in the entire system. Gone is the relationship currency. We do complain about all the wars, all the problems in the world. And my chairman says education is the only answer, but only if education is really fostering relationship currency. All our learning has a symbiotic relationship with the learning of the other. If someone else is learning, I'm learning with them. And that's how learning grows. If there is just groupthink, somebody's words are being just replicated and everyone's saying, ha, that's groupthink, that's not collaboration. But if there is people discussing, people talking, sharing their own views, that critical voice is genuinely nurtured, then there's genuine collaboration. Where is that getting encouraged, or is it getting encouraged enough in our systems? How much value are we giving to relationships and connectedness rather than just competition, which is bred in our educational institutions, call them higher ed or school anywhere. There is so much competition in a system which says that you are judged at every moment by how much better are you from the other. Then how are you going to actually really feel motivated enough to consistently collaborate. While in the real world, nothing works like that. In the real world, any innovation, anything will work only if there's genuine collaboration. We talk of sustainability today when the very future of the planet is at stake. So much of having we've done, and in that process, so we consume, then consume, we're consuming everything, but then we forgot about being. In that scenario, I think very high time that we genuinely as educators mainstream social emotional learning in our schools. It cannot be a moral science period somewhere. It cannot be like a life skills lesson somewhere, or maybe a few clubs and some things that students do other than so-called core academics. Anything that they do in core academics will be done better if they're emotionally and socially more intelligent and capable. That has to be mainstreamed. Those frameworks have to be interwoven into the way they learn. That's very, very critical today, more than ever before. When we can't change anything about technology, that's here to stay. It's only going to grow. Today, it's a click of a button and very soon a chip in the head. So I think one of the days when we need to limit ourselves on content. What are we doing by giving them content? We really need to rethink our ways and bring these human relationships, relationships between human and ecology, relationships and connectedness with where I am here and now, really interwoven and blended into everything, the way we work, the way we live our lives.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting perspective. And just to share, like amongst us, two of them from schools, I being from higher education. And I think most of us here in the room are parents. Could I have a show of hands of all of us all who are parents in this room? God, most of us, thank you so much. And I see there are some young students, so they are the students in the house. I think by the end of this panel, if we are all able to think through that in our role as parents, in our role as educators, in our role as empathetic individuals, if we are able to help someone who's in need, our job is done. Just to add to the statistics that Amrita just shared, there is one that touched me, tore me apart. 40% of the suicides that are committed by students, 40% of them, they never ever shared their depression with anyone. Appalling, right? So maybe we can first invite Renuka to share, being in school, in counseling, what are the kind of issues that usually the students come to the school authorities with? How do you diagnose? And as parents, as individuals, what do you think are the cues for us to feel and sense those symptoms?
Thank you, ma'am. I would see, I was just thinking because, discussing these topics takes so much of time. So half an hour is quite a short time to discuss about them. So I would just take 2 to 3 examples from my own life where I've worked with children. And I think it will give quite a clear picture about like how we can go about working with our kids. So there was a girl in grade 11. I would not name, definitely we all know. The girl was very, like I would say, she would not comb her hair. She would just lie down on the desk and she would not talk to anyone. So there were lots of, indications where one could sense that, okay, there is some issue. So it had been going on for I think quite so many months. One teacher recognized one day, and the teacher went to authorities because it's been I think 5-6 years back or 7-8 years back. So the teacher talked to the authorities directly and just said that she really needs help. At that time, I was called by the principal and I was asked to help that girl. First of all, I would just like to say one thing that why the teacher could recognize, maybe because of the awareness the teacher might have, maybe little bit, but awareness was there. It is something different is happening with the girl. So no, she's not looking like all others who are sitting in the class. So the very important thing which I understood is like the awareness to the people, like what is going on inside a child's mind. Some symptoms are very overt, but some are very covert. So we need to really understand. Definitely, academics is important, and we give lots of importance to it. But I would, frankly speaking, I would say that we all are here, and in our times when we were young, we were kids, we were studying. It was not so much of pressure of academics, and we all are doing quite well in our lives because we are somewhere satisfied with what we are doing. We are very happy with the work, like I definitely am. So that girl could be recognized at the right time because when I started interviewing, she was very suicidal. She attempted suicide at least 5 to 6 times. So thankfully, the right time she could come in. So what I want to say here is that it is very important to at least recognize what the child is going through the overt, through the covert behavior, or maybe through friends or whatever it is. So it's really important to keep having those, awareness programs or sessions where you can talk to each other one to one and just get to know like how we can, connect with children and how at least we can recognize what children are going through. So basically connecting with children is very, very important, and that can happen. Like we say that if you want to correct the children, first connect with them. Make a connection, then only you can, you can correct the children. So this is one thing, awareness programs are a must. The second example, because there are so many points I can touch upon, but then I'm just going through the example so that we are more clear on things, what we should do in school or otherwise with the children. There was a girl, again, in 11th, she was going to come to 11th. One teacher came to me who was very good friend of that girl's mother. So the teacher came to me saying that this girl doesn't want to study science. And the parents are after the girl that no, you will study science, you will crack IIT, you will give exam of IIT. All of that was happening with the girl. And let me tell you, all the people sitting here, the parents are like highly qualified. They are in central government jobs. They are very, very, established. So it's not about that you don't have that academic background. It's all about that how open you are to listening to your children. Because after all, what is more important is life skills. Decision, you're not giving the child a chance to decide what he can do or what she can choose for as her subjects. So what a pity. Like I remember very well when I was a young kid, like in grade 10, I decided myself that I'm going to study psychology and nobody stopped. And my parents, especially father, was not that, educated in terms of academic education. He was like, he is 12th fail, but still he said, whatever you want to do. So that is something I would say nothing to do with academically what you are. So, that girl was so clear that she wants to be a chef. She was so clear. She made a dream book, if you all must know that. So it was clearly written what she's going to do then and what are her dreams. Everything was so clear. When I started sessions with the girl and the parents, I realized that has so much of clarity. Why to stop? Then we counsel, and finally, thankfully, today she's one of the renowned, chefs in the field. So what I'm saying is, like, giving the platform to the children where they can decide for themselves what do they want to do, and if they are not clear, we need to give them that platform where we can give that clarity, maybe with the help of a career counselor or anyone for that matter. So that clarity is needed where you can follow your passion. Because if you're following that passion, everything falls in place. Every child nowadays, because I think the culture has become like that, how can we earn more and more? Let me tell you, I tell all my children that if you are following your passion, definitely the earnings are going to come. So first step is that. So I think this says that please like everybody, I think we can prove in those terms, we can at least take some steps where we can give the platform to our children to decide for themselves, because decision making is much more important than what they are studying. Yeah. So that is something very important, I think. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So that was a perspective from a school, right? Let us just visualize how different the life of the school going kid becomes the moment he or she enters higher education. Till class 12th, the school had uniform. So there was no brainer to decide what to wear in the morning. There was no comparison because everyone was wearing the same dress.
That's changed.
The moment you step into higher education, for sure, right? You have to decide what to pick up from your closet. And believe you me, when I speak to the counselor of the university, there are at times students who come with the trouble to say, I feel a little awkward because maybe I'm not aptly dressed as compared to my classmates. I mean, as basic as that. This entire transition from a very well-structured curriculum, class schedule, start time, end time, absolutely is disrupted in higher education. The class time will depend upon the kind of courses that you have chosen. You may attend the class, you may not, and especially if it's a fully residential university, you may decide not to go to the class at all. So this in a way triggers the phobias which have been traumas that have been caused in the child life. Point number 2. Point number 3. Social media, I'm sure we don't need discussion. From the Facebooks and Instas, we believe that world is the best place. And I am the only miserable soul. Everybody is going to Switzerland, Mauritius, wherever. Right? I am the only one who is stuck in Gurgaon or Delhi or wherever. So as educators, as parents, can we imagine when we see our kid sitting in front of books? What is the possibility of that kid of actually reading and understanding what is there in the book before him or her? I'm sure it's less than 20% because there's so much that's happening. One of the professors once shared this story that in his class he was teaching, and there is this one student. He had mandated everybody was to get a book, the textbook, into the class. And he sees that there is this one student who has the book not yet opened. So it had that wrapping cover still on it, and it was almost in the middle of the course. And this professor humiliated the kid, saying, come on, what are you doing? You cannot even open your book. And then later the professor got to know that the parents of this child are undergoing serious problems. So we are probably not even 10% aware of what is happening in their life for the kind of disruption that happens. So that in a way sets why it is very important for us to devise, to think, to be mindful of the strategies to support these kids, right? Already 2 points Rinpa has shared in terms of connecting with them, in terms of talking to them. What would you like to share on this, Amrita?
So I absolutely agree with you. And yes, we may be very far removed. I think our teachers were too. I don't think all of us always shared everything with every teacher, or the teacher who was teaching in a university, maybe a group of like 100 children in one lecture hall, wasn't really necessarily aware of everything going on in each one's mind, right? And there is a whole lot on everyone's plate. Things have changed. Things have changed for education across the board, higher ed as well as schools. The uniforms are no longer necessarily there, and despite the uniforms, you still have those kind of challenges. I think, yes, challenges were there earlier too, of similar nature. Children will be children, and we all grow up, we all go through our set of concerns. But what has changed is there is a total lack of, there's 2 things. One is intelligentsia no longer informs public opinion. We live in a flawed social media democracy. Everybody is just looking at so much of social media, and our entire, even as adults, our entire attention spans have gone down the drain. Every minute, this is like an extension of the brain. We are almost always. So, where is this space for the mind to think, to feel, to be? That is what is missing. And because everybody is probably pushing themselves too hard in whatever, there's a hedonistic treadmill that we are all on, going to God knows where, but we are all on it, trying to achieve God knows what. So that is one. And the other, the family fabric is missing. We are living in a day and age when forget the joint family system and the community where the neighbors knew each other and everybody had the gumption to come and tell. I mean, I could tell her child, beta ye theek nahi hai aur ye aise nahi karna hai. Today, the mother will fight me, Mark, dare you say a thing to my child. You know, so even as a teacher, we can't, we're not just dealing with children. More than children, we're dealing with parents. She already pointed out, right? One example, and there are many. I'm sure we all have managed in our own different ways, in our own different lives. So we know that children will be children. They need that family fabric. They need that space where you could just have a word with a grandparent or just anybody. That is lost. That's not there anymore. A whole lot of households are single parent families and so on and so forth. And even if there are both the parents, they're more than busy in their own lives. There's no go-to. So the school or the educational higher institution has also become the only place which is their go-to. The responsible adults around them, unfortunately or fortunately, happen to be only us as educators. So the responsibility that we earlier had is now manifold. We have to be that family fabric, that social fabric, that community fabric for each child who is with us, as much as we can be. Of course, there are limitations to that too. And therefore, this mainstreaming is required. Also, anything in emotional development or social development cannot be like a lesson. It is an enculturation experience. So it has to be embedded in the entire culture of the organization. If all of us are being empathetic towards each other, if all of us are genuinely listening and not just listening to respond, but genuinely listening to understand. Most of the time, we do listen to only respond. So if we are doing that listening to just listen and be there for the other, that everything we do, children just totally emulate, right? So they copy every little bit about the teacher. I remember my days as a college educator. I started my journey in higher ed, and the girls asking me the color of the liner and saying, "Where did you get it? We want to get the same one." So even something as stupid as that would be also something, how the teacher carries her sari, how the teacher walks, how the teacher recovers from a tough situation that she is into. Anything and everything about the educator is totally copied by children. I think in our classrooms, we need to create language is again the metaphor we live by. So language, the kind of words we use. There's a recent research that said the word work is used 49 times more than the word learning in any classroom globally. We've made work out of the idea of learning. What is work? Think, where all do we use work? Schools, homework, classwork. The word assignment is also pretty much work. ये भी काम है. Okay, but in the classroom, let's think of it in the classroom. Have you completed your work? Have you our work time? Can it not be an academic engagement? Can it not be something else? we made the idea of, and hard work is not something which is a currency, which is not something that we kind of really, people talk of smart work. What is that but duping something? Actually, hard work and genuine resilience are the only things that will take them anywhere in life. So genuine hard work has to be the thing that we talk about. So that language, and that language has to transform into the language of possibility rather than the language of limitation. Whatever you tell, I mean, there's another research that says that any kind of innovation, any kind of change of any sort is the toughest to build into an educational institution compared to any other workplace. But an educational institution to bring change is the toughest. One reason is we all teach the way we were taught. We all love some teacher who taught us, and we end up teaching like that. That's a very natural thing to happen. So it's very difficult to get over it. So any change is tough, therefore, in educational institutions. But even so, we also have this language of limitation that we tell ourselves. We attend a workshop, we listen to a dialogue of this nature or anything like that, we attend a conference, but we'll say, we go back and say, yeah, but it, in our, we are already doing this, we are a know-it-all. While let's remember Socrates, who said that all I know is I know nothing. The more you learn, the more there is the yearning to know more, because you really feel like you don't really know anything. So then, where is this language of limitation coming from? I think as educators, we should be the last people ever to have any kind of language of limitation. Yeah, but this can't happen because of XYZ even in my institution. And so instead of that, let's ourselves first create that language of possibility. What if? What if? Of course, every idea, we'll have to contextualize it. We'll have to mold it into our system and how we can really make it happen. What is it that will work and not work in my context, in my situation and scenario? But grabbing every idea and making it my own is possibility. So we need to move away in every aspect of living and learning within the educational institution from that language of limitation to that language of possibility. And that's what I think children require. And like ma'am said, it's not necessarily when somebody is going through a suicidal sort of a depression or something very, very serious in nature, but also something very simple like, what do I wear? How do I fit in? How do I make a friend? Basic, when the children were back from the pandemic, they were in the school and standing isolated. On the ground, we would see children not going ahead and, taking the chance to throw the ball in the sports ground. And I would ask why. Now, how will I ask her? I don't know how to say it. I don't know what to say. See, you can speak, you can communicate. What's the problem? No, like, what did she think of me? I don't know how to speak to that person, or any person. This is what developed in our children. They cannot be isolated. And unfortunately, there's no pandemic now, or fortunately, but then right now, they're naturally isolated because they're using so much of technology to communicate. Like I texted, it's more efficient. And we prefer this, and so on and so forth. But then we are losing every day, by the minute, we're actually losing that connectedness, that sense of being with each other. And that is changing a lot about us, even without us realizing. That is why these mental health concerns, and they're only growing and growing phenomenally. Imagine 1 in every 2 people are suffering, and most of them will not even talk about it because it is still a taboo. Right? 80% of the people in India who go through any kind of mental health concern do not reach out for help. They just silently suffer. She also pointed out from a higher ed perspective, she also pointed it out as a counselor, but that's the reality. If we don't build in the dialogue on an everyday, through an enculturation experience, we'll not be able to create the possibility. So let's create that language of possibility. And I think before any of us, we'll keep adding, but we've got like some 6 minutes remaining.
And I'm very mindful, we are in the way of the awards, right? So, so I think from our side, the job's done. If we go back with a mindset that in our own capacity, we will make an effort to become the go-to person for whoever might be around us,
Yeah.
right? Can we be the go-to person with that confidence in the mind of the person that he or she would not be judged? Can we be listening to that person in a very non-judgmental way?
And also, let's not all pose to be counselors. They are professionals. They are to be respected.
Absolutely.
And certain things definitely need a professional.
Yes.
Right? So, but we all tend to be counselors. Yes, every facilitator has to be there. And we can figure out, we can probably, and it's important to train everyone, which we should do. But then the expert should be allowed to do their jobs. We all should not try to be the expert of every field that we are not of. So that's very critical. And today that's happening left, right, and center. I would love for the audience to take part and to say maybe your experiences. I can see, yes, ma'am, why don't you just introduce yourself, and if we can request you all to put the mic around, and if, yeah, she has, and sir here. Yeah.
So, wonderful words, Dr. Vora and Dr. Arora and Dr. Renuka. As I previously mentioned, that we are dealing with a K-12 school, Pacific World School, and we do struggle with all of these issues. Fragility is one of the most important thing that we deal with. Our endeavor as educators sitting in this room is always to create sound individuals when they should have a sound personality. But we see that this is becoming more like a pandemic. You know, you said that out of two, one is always suffering, and the one who's suffering also does not reach out to the counselors or the therapists. You also mentioned that the teachers should, or every adult should not pose to be a counselor. However, since going to a therapist or a counselor is a taboo, it becomes important that we also train our teachers to be at least counselors at a base level. If nothing else, be good listeners.
Yeah,
What do you have to
definitely.
say
And
for that?
teachers have to be the ones who recognize and bring it to the counselor.
Yes,
That's very critical. And that's very, very critical to do at every step, every level.
Right. And also, we also have this tendency of making the counselors do non-counseling jobs. That also is another culture.
Yeah, actually good to recognize,
Dr.
though I would say my organization, let us not let me be truthful. My organization is very different. It's not like that. We do the work which we are supposed to do. But yes, I think almost 90, more than 90%. I don't know the data actually, but then yes, all the counselors when we meet, they tell. We teach the psychology classes, we teach into psychology classes, we make substitutions and this and that. So all the time is gone into that. So frankly speaking, it must be like that counselor has to do his or her own job, like what he's there for.
And since we are talking about strategies, one thing which ma'am mentioned that maybe the house does not have conducive environment to study. I'd just like to share one practice which we are doing. After school hours, we create a space for our children to just sit and do self-study. There is no tutor. It's just like a place where they can do quiet studies since their home environment is not conducive to self-study. So this strategy has really helped us help children with their study or academic supports. Thank you.
So I have a question, not about mental health, because I consider that a professional job. I think because when we talk about mental health, it's really serious cases that we really use the word mental health. And when we're talking about daily well-being, we use the word well-being. So I'll talk more about well-being. I think Dr. Vora talked about, having some kind of challenges and discussing that. So I want to know in your experience as educators, how many times did you bring in somebody with challenges in your class and show them to your students? And the follow-up question is because I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. So yes, they don't want to talk and they don't want to go to that person playing in the park because they don't know how to connect. Yes, that's even if the school was on in Corona, they still feel shyness. So the second part in that conversation is, if you think about K-12, how do you create an environment where there is no peer pressure? So those are the two questions.
An environment where there's no
peer pressure.
oh.
So I'll just make it simple. So first is, how do you bring in people with those mental health challenges and remove the taboo? And second is, how do you remove the peer pressure but keep the peer communication?
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful question. So wants to add?
He always takes my mic.
Okay. All right. I'll just first answer that, then we can maybe get to the other question. As I said, it has to be an enculturation experience. You have to build the entire culture. We have to stop seeing children, and I'm including in this the parents and the teachers, everybody, the entire system. We have to stop seeing children as a collection of percentages. Unfortunately, we do. Most of the times, even when the school does not, there is grading system. The school is not giving any kind of ranking based on academics or anything else. Even then, the parent comes and questions for the ranking or tries to figure out, no, my child did better than that one, my child did better than that one. Who is creating that peer pressure then? Not really, many a times in a progressive school, not really the teacher, which is the system is not saying this one is first or second, even when, and how to, not just through academic progress cards, but also, and not report cards. The idea is not to judge, but to support improvement and progress. Unfortunately, there's too much of judgment involved in the entire system, which has to be pushed out of the window.
So I am susceptible to that.
Yeah.
Because I do create peer pressure for my kids.
Hmm.
Because when they do star presentation or any kind of IB presentation, I do ask them to show me their peers presentation so we can make ours better. So yeah, that is susceptible. So that's completely fair.
So we need to change that somewhere, right? And the minute as a parent you end up saying, and we all have heard as children, I'm sure, I did, that your chacha's daughter did this. Your uncle's or that neighbor's son did that. What about you? I mean, today that neighbor's son and that chacha's daughter, I don't know what they're doing. I'm doing pretty okay in my life. But I never scored those percentages. I was a very mediocre average student always. But yeah, I managed to do a lot of other things. Thankfully, my parents gave me the opportunity for that. So this is where we create that competition because it's so inbuilt in the structure. But even within school, I mean, when we even do inter-schools, we have this system, we don't say anybody will be first, second, or third. We say there'll be exemplary performers. So everybody gets awarded, everybody gets a certificate because they participated and they put in the effort. The effort is important, must be encouraged, and that is what it is. But there will be 5 to 7 exemplary performances which are also recognized. So there's no first, second, third. There's a difference there.
I'll take the answer for my second question, which is the peer-to-peer pressure, right? What about the first one where you bring in people with challenges into the class? How do you actually remove the taboo about mental health in the class? Because that was one of the topics you discussed.
Yeah, so removing the taboo is something that again takes time, right? And when you say challenges, there could be children with special ed needs. We are an inclusive school. And when we say inclusive, children with special ed requirements have to be in the class with the children. Actually, everyone has special needs, to be honest. Everyone is different. Every child is different. We are all neurodiverse. And we are all living in a day and age when technology does come in handy to personalize learning in a big way. So it's important to use whatever tools are at hand. And when children actually study with children who are different from them, and general environment of acceptance where they are supporting each other, that naturally gets addressed. That taboo naturally gets addressed. Today, I see my children fighting for a child who's on a wheelchair to be given the right kind of support in everything. If there is something where there were stairs and no ramp for this kid, or the lift didn't work on a certain day, or something happened, the other children are fighting for that kid. Right? So that is where we've won the battle. If there's an LGBTQ, there are other children also standing together and fighting for that kid. So that environment you have to create. That's when the taboo breaks.
I want to give one example, very important example, very small one, but very important. Just a few days back, we finished with the Value Education Fest. So one thing which we added in that fest was, like, the children who have supported special needs children, they were awarded on the stage in front of their parents, the authority.
Okay, the time's up. Maybe we can take some questions off stage, if that works.
One small
Yeah?
comment.
Whatever you all say. Okay, okay.
One small comment. Firstly, Dr. Manuka, thank you for your contribution. I just wanted to make a comment about some of my experiences as a counselor for students here in India. And one of the very earliest students I attended to was from Dr. Manuka's background. He was also a Jain. His father ran a very big company in engineering ball bearings of different types. And his one and only son is going to inherit all that. And he had not the slightest bit interest in engineering, the dust, the oil, the machinery, and so on. His father was tearing his hair out thinking, what am I going to do with this boy? He's not showing any interest in my business. All he wants to do is go and play cricket. And he was an outstanding cricketer. So I said to him, he brought his son in, I said to him, if you don't mind, please sit in the other room in the waiting area and give me some time with your son to talk about what he wants to do. Well, we talked about his cricket. He's playing for the Delhi Cricket Club. And I said, look, I can send you to the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra, and you can be trained by some of the top Australian cricketers. And still, you might not be selected by the cricket board here in India to play for the national team. Even though you might excel at your sport, you might be brilliant at your sport, there's another element to the selection process that you just might not qualify. What if that happens? I said, so what else do you do when you're not playing cricket? He says, oh, I hang around in my room and I play on my computer. And I said, okay, so you're aware of the computer, so what do you do on your computer? Do any website design or look at porn sites or what do you do? Go to chat sites? He says, oh, no, I'm doing some internet website design and designing pages. Now, this is something his father didn't know. And I said, well, look, how about we talk about a strategy where we send you to the Australian Institute of Sport, capacity build you, let you be the best that you can. And whether or not you're selected, you've got a backup. You've got a skill you can turn to that you enjoy, a skill that you can turn to where you can make money and develop your business and still play sport. So when his father came back in, we'd already settled this. His father almost started crying. He was so grateful that somehow we'd figured out a program for his son. And this is a point that I'd like to make as a parent and as an educator, and I'm sure that this will resonate with most people in this room who are parents. Sometimes some of us make the mistake of projecting our belief system, projecting our dreams onto our children and expecting them to perform according to our expectations, rather than letting them grow into their own skin, grow into their own reality, and encouraging them not just to be academically as good as possible, but to become good human beings. And I've reminded all my children and I've got children spanning 3 different decades. So I'm a prolific father. And my youngest is 17 of the Gen Z, and of the troublesome one that always has the phone in the face, as most of them do. But even then, all I've ever said to my children is just be sincere with the opportunity to study. Be sincere, do the best you can. However, what's most important to me as a parent, that you end up being a good human being with good values and good sound judgment, and adopt wise practices. That to me is the most important as a parent. So I do resonate with what you've been saying here on the stage, and thank you, Amrita. Your comments in this area is also very, very relevant. And thank you so much for the chance to contribute from my side.
Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this amazing and informative panel? I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Gaur to felicitate the panelists. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Justin Arora. Please put your hands together for Dr. Amrita Vora, ladies and gentlemen. Join your hands for Dr. Renuka Jain. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, welcome to the much anticipated award ceremony marking the culmination of our conference. It is our great pleasure and excitement that we gathered here today to honor and celebrate the outstanding achievements and contributions made by individuals and organizations within our community. Without further ado, let's begin this memorable occasion. Welcome to the Falcon Global Awards. Can we start this award ceremony with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Present this award, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request you all to please give a huge round of applause and help me invite on stage Dr. G.V. Rao. Can we have a huge round of applause? Senior Advocate Supreme Court of India and Vice President, Indian Society and of International Law. So the first category of Ed Falcon Global Awards 2024 is Rising Institute of the Year 2024 K-12. And this award goes to R.P. Goenka International School. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A big congratulations to R.P. Goenka International School once again, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause. I request ma'am to please say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this very first award for our school. We are a very new school in Calcutta, the east of India, the first PYP school, and to get a recognition at this prestigious platform is really heartening. We look and the sessions have been so enriching, so thank you all for inviting us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. The next category of the award is the Emerging EdTech Company of the Year 2024, Adaptive Learning Technology, and this award goes to Edu is One Technologies Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Congratulations on winning this award. Edu is One Technologies Private Limited. Sir, I request you to please say a few words.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So we've been hearing a lot about mental health. Make education joyful. Let children enjoy education. This taboo will go away. Our time when we used to study, we never used to discuss this concept of mental health. If learning is joyous, I named this app called Education is Fun. Make learning fun. More than the students, it is the teachers who need to be mentally fit. We need to understand the teachers who are taking care of our children. Are they passionate about learning, teaching? If that goes, then everything goes fine. And wonderful. Keep this initiative on. Thank you very much.
Once again, congratulations, Edu is One Technologies Private Limited, on winning this award. So our next category of the award is Emerging Mentor of the Year 2024. And this award goes to Captain Preetham Madhukar. Can we have a huge round of applause? Founder, Skills Beyond Education. Please come on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Captain Preetham Madhukar on winning this award.
Thank you to be receiving this recognition award and with such prestigious guests. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot, but I also like to share how our journey as educators or even parents is to help make each child the director of their own lives, director of their own stories. So when they are old, God willing, everybody lives to a good ripe old age, and they recollect their stories, then they have an amazing story to tell, each one of them. And that would be something each educator can play a part in that. Thank you very much, Edward, for this recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause. The next category is Emerging Educator of the Year 2024, Business Information System. And this award goes to Dona Gwen Reddy. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Lecturer, Red and Yellow Creative School of Business. Congratulations, sir, on winning this award. Once again, a huge round of applause for Gwen Reddy, Lecturer, Red and Yellow Creative School of Business.
Thank you to the organizers and Kriti for all your help. I'd just like to share a short story. So I'm from South Africa, of Indian descent. So everyone asks me, you're from South Africa, but you don't look Indian. So
a few generations ago, my ancestors have come from India to South Africa. And my short story is, when I was in the 4th grade, I was failing in school because I was playing sport. I loved cricket. I used to play till the late hours of the evenings. And my mom used to always complain and say, you need to come inside, you need to do some work. And if I had to continue with cricket, I'd probably be a good standing for South Africa to beat India, but I didn't. And then I went on to study, and now I'm receiving an award for Lecturer of the Year, which actually says something. You can do whatever you put your mind to. And that's what I've done. And I just want to thank my parents who's here from South Africa as well. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to everyone, Kriti as well, for everything you've done for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations once again. I would like to thank Dr. G.V. Rao for joining us. Thank you so much, sir. So our next award was supposed to be conferred by our guest professor, Gaganjeet Singh, Executive President, IMM Business School Director, JJF Education, and Professor Molijit Lal, Registrar and Promoter, IMM Business School Director, JJF Education. But due to some urgencies, they were not able to attend the ceremony. So I would like to call upon stage Dr. Smita Lal, Dean, IMM Business School, to confer the award on behalf of Professor Singh and Professor Lal. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next category of award, Emerging Education Consultant of the Year 2024. And this award goes to W.C. Chabra, Chief Executive Professional Supports. A massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate W.C. Chabra, Chief Executive Professional Supports, on winning this award.
Good evening. I must thank the audience to be here at this hour, and the organizers who have put up so much hard work. I know what events, deal with and how much effort is required. Also thankful to jury who found me suitable for this award. Can't thank you enough. One thing, it gives the impression and a testament to the fact that hard work always pays. When I worked for 17 years in the Agency for International Development, often I found that there was a huge scope of training and management development programs, but I saw that there was nothing in the health sector. In the health sector, when I see so many students coming out of the school, I'm in Saket, and I see about 10,000 students coming out. They are not all going for higher education. They are going to be settling for some base careers, and like home health aides and caretakers in hospitals and health facilities. So I found NEMCO Education, one of the institutes who has got all the programs for grassroots levels. I want to thank Amity for taking one of the programs, Read India taking one program, and thanks to all the team and all the scholars who joined me to come up with this program. And I continue to strive hard. This award is inspiring and letting me work more hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And congratulations once again on winning this award. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next category of award, Emerging International School of the Year 2024. And this award goes to Pacific World School. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Pacific World School. Ma'am, please say a few words.
Well, thank you so much, Edtalk, for finding us. With my humble heart, I just want to say it's a truly well-deserved award because our teachers are doing a fabulous job. Our principal is working really hard, and I'm super, super proud that we won this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us and congratulations once again on winning this award. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next category of award, Leading Educator of the Year 2024, Memory and Soft Skills. And this award goes to Ms. Aditi Singhal, CEO, Dynamic Mindscape.
I would like to thank the organizers at Talk World for this recognition award. And I'm deeply humbled, honored to receive this. And we have been talking since yesterday about holistic well-being. And we have talked a lot and got beautiful insights about intellectual skills, collaboration with technical skills, mental health issues, and holistic well-being. But one thing, social skills also we talked about, but one thing I would like to add, which has been touched a little bit, but yes, very close to my heart, because in my journey of evolving from a homemaker up to this platform, including all the milestones throughout my journey, making national, international records and everything, I truly believe that each one of us, every individual, has inherent potential and qualities. And if they can be nurtured and if they can be owned properly, then each one of us has a lot to contribute for the betterment of the society. And that can be brought by involving and focusing on spiritual skills also. Spirituality, the missing dimension in today's education system. And what do I mean by spirituality? I would like to quote just one thing. A child is always asked to become the best in the class. Do you agree? We all have been asked, most of us, to be best in the class, to be best in our school, to be best in society. And that leads to comparison, competition, and that pressure to perform. If we can make a small shift, instead of asking the child to be best in the school, if we can motivate them to be best for the school, best for the class, best for the society, best for the country, I think with this small shift, we can make a big change in our education system. And that is which helped me to evolve my own inner potential, and throughout my workshops, wherever I go, to address students, educators, and people from all walks of life. The main aim, I would say, behind the topic may be anything, mathematics, memory, concentration, or anything. But the main idea is to tell every participant you are special, you are creative, you are unique, and a very beautiful creation of Almighty. The world is waiting for you. Please explore within. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations once again on winning this award.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add something to everything. These awards were on behalf of the JJ Foundation, whose motto is to enable, to educate, and empower. So it kind of fits in line with exactly what everybody is doing. So this is one of the things I did want to add this little bit. Thank you very much and congratulations to all of you winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. I would like to thank Professor Smita Lal for joining us. A huge round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. To present the next categories of award, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Dilip Nankiola. Sir, please come on stage, Director, IMM Business School. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the next category of award is Leading Education Administrator of the Year 2024, Preschools and Daycare. And the award goes to Ms. Mansi Srivastava, Principal, Kipina Kids Indonesia, of Finland International School.
Thank you. Thank you, Edtalk World, for inviting me to this conference. It's been very enlightening. I was wondering if I'm in the right place because most of you were talking about undergraduate degrees and postgraduate degrees that I belong from early childhood. But I would say it starts from the very basic. If you have these values, systems from the early childhood education system, I think things would change. India is progressing. We've seen a change in the world. And I was talking to some of the people around and we said, yes, we've spoken a lot about change, but we should bring in the policymakers and see that change happening. So I would just like to say that I'm very, very happy to be a part of this conference. And a special mention to my mentor, Ms. Shireen Ratnani, who believed in me because, as I said before, I did not belong to education industry. But she believed in me and told me to push my ways and do what is needed. I would also like to thank my family, my husband, my kids, my parents who believed in me. And because of them, I'm here today. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again congratulate Ms. Mansi Srivastava. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the next category of award is Leading Education Institute of the Year 2024, Senior Secondary Education. And this award goes to Shivneri School and Junior College. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Hi, I would like to thank Edtalk. What a great event. Listen to one of the brightest minds in the industry, very senior people, learned a lot. Obviously, I'm accepting this award on behalf of my teachers, a great team working day and night for building the future of our society. All thanks to our chairman, Dr. Kanse sir, our president, Dr. Kanse ma'am, and thanks to my teachers, parents, and obviously students. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again, Shivneri Schools and Junior College on winning this award. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next award. Leading EdTech Enabler of the Year 2024, Content Creation. And this award goes to Budini Samarat Kodi. Can we have a huge round of applause? Instructor at LinkedIn Learning.
It's actually a huge pleasure to be here at this Edtalk World Conference. And I'm so very proud to have received this award, and at the same time, very humble to have received this award. And for sure, this award will motivate me to do whatever I'm doing, that is content, educational content creation, in the best possible way I can going forward. And I would like to thank the organizers, Edtalk World and Clickaway creators, including Kriti, who was so very helpful in everything throughout. So thank you. And it has been a great event, 2 days full of knowledge, inspiration and thought-provoking sessions. So it has been a privilege for me to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am, and congratulations once again. Next award is Leading Organization of the Year 2024. And this award goes to Say. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you all that she's not here, but she's not well, and we hope she will recover soon. So I request all of you to please at least give a round of applause for Say on winning this award. Next category is Leading Trainer of the Year 2024, Life Skills Training. And this award goes to Anubhav Mukul. Can we ever use round of applause? Life Skills Coach. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. थोड़ा एनर्जी के साथ में, come on everybody. A massive round of applause on winning this award.
Namaste. Thank you, Edtalk, for this honor. It's indeed a privilege. And बाकी सबने तो सब कुछ बोल दिया है, nothing left to be said. But only thing is, we as trainers, educators, coaches, let us keep doing our bit to make the society and the world a better place. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again. And I would like to thank Dr. Dilip for joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for coming, for joining us.
Just one thing, how do you get the pronunciation of my surname first try?
Big round of applause to her. Most of the people can't pronounce my name.
Thank you so much. Once again, a massive round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. To present the next categories of award, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vic Daphne. Can we have you on stage, sir? A huge round of applause. Director of WT Law. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next category of award. Leading Educator of the Year 2024, Higher Education. And the award goes to Ranan Al-Sali. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen? Director of the Department of Talent and Creative and Village, Prabhu University. Congratulations, ma'am.
Hi, thank you everyone. Thank you so much, Edtalk. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Next category is Leading Researcher of the Year 2024, New Age Technology. And this award goes to Professor Dr. Janki Dobia, researcher or academics. Once again, can we have a round of applause?
Thank you, Edtalk, and the organizers who really were patient in chasing me. I'm glad I am here. And I'm glad I accepted it because it gave me a lot of insights into how Indian academia and what are their priorities right now. So it was nice to see that the priorities, as my colleague earlier said, to cultivate a nurturing environment. And you talked about so many things. You talked about potential of technology. You talked about gender equality. You talked about mental health, and that really gave a holistic picture. What I would like to add is that don't be afraid to talk about the critical or give a critical perspective towards technology. I'm a professor in AR and VR, and I'm not afraid to do that. So please don't, because that is also for well-being of your students as well. And I'm hoping that there will be a panel next year which say here that the panel is about this discussion of responsible use of technology in education. So I'm hoping that there'll be a discussion like that. Just one last thing. This is not my work alone, whether it was for AR, VR or for STEM equality research. This is for all the students and colleagues. You know, we all work together to create this result. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations once again. Next award is Inspiring K-12 Platform of the Year 2024, Specialized Courses. And this award goes to Edtalk.
Firstly, I must thank Edtalk World and organizers. This is a fantastic event. I think let's give it to them one round of applause. I'm pretty pleased with the engagement with all of you, and I think the quality of the discussion was pretty high, so that's great. This award, I really thank God, and this goes to my team at Exact and my founder, Renuka Raju, who has spent 25 years in education in developing some fundamentally very innovative pedagogies, and I really thank the entire team for that. And it's my pleasure to be here, and let's keep engaged with each other. Just one quick suggestion next time. And if you can involve our most important beneficiary students to participate on the dais here, that will be fantastic next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and congratulations, sir. Next award is Inspiring Education Administrator of the Year 2024, Higher Education. And this award goes to Professor Dr. Kaiya Kos. Can we have a huge round of applause? Provost and Chief Academic Officer, Berlin School of Business and Innovation. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Thank you so much. In fact, I am receiving it on behalf of my colleague, Professor Dr. Karyakos, who could not travel from Berlin. On his behalf, thanks to the organizer and jury. Just a few things I would like to mention about Dr. Karyakos. He is a man of innovation who is working for affordability, access, and quality of higher education. Two of his own innovations I would particularly like to mention. He has transformed a business school which is working on a new age business school model in Berlin from 10 students to 5,000 students in 5 years' time at very affordable cost. Second is his concept of global degree, which he is managing from his Global Degree Foundation from the head, and which aims at creating uniform standards of credit transfer across the world. So on his behalf, I am grateful to the organizer for selecting him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on behalf of Professor Dr. Karyakos. Thank you so much. Next award is Inspiring University of the Year 2024, Higher Education. And this award goes to ESOP Metro Campus. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm very humbled and honored to be receiving this award. And thank you very much for Edtalk and the organizers. So I think we had so much of unique personalities joining these 2 days here. A lot of insights were shared. So I'm really happy to be part of this particular event. We gathered a lot of insights which we can go back and apply. I myself have a very unique story. I'm a medical doctor who started my career as a teacher when I was a medical student, which ended up in forming an institution, which has become a non-state university in Sri Lanka. So we cater for about 50,000 students, having 40 centers in Sri Lanka. So happy to be part of here. So I think being a big neighbor to Sri Lanka, we can work together in collaboration, and there are a lot of things for us to share. I'm also an IT entrepreneur. So we have a lot of platforms which we have developed for education. Making education affordable and accessible to all people is our motto, and our motto is actually shaping lives, creating futures. ESOP Metro Campus. So I think this award goes to all my team back in Sri Lanka. So thank you very much. And also I would like to make a small request that, I'm also heading Non-State University Association of Sri Lanka, president of SLANSHI. So one of our member association, Siba Campus, is a sponsor here. Dr. Sedara is here. So I think we can work together. Not only my institution, I can be the catalyst to, establish links between the institutions of Indian institutions. I know you have gone a long way. So with all our member associations in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations. Next is Inspiring Educator of the Year 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to Mr. Rupani M. Sidring. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Director and Chief Executive Officer, Siba Campus.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here. I must firstly thank Edtalk for finding me. I know Kriti has been trying to find me many times. I was traveling in US, and the greatest difficulty she found me. And finally we ordered, because I wonder how you found me, because it's great work for Edtalk. I firmly believe education is the most powerful tool of empowerment. But empowerment is needed for the mostly marginalized people. That is where equity and inclusivity becomes so important. Unfortunately, these things are very difficult conditions that world has been unable to meet. So is in India and Sri Lanka. It's no different even in the developed countries. So I believe my work had been always, one of my books, when it was reviewed by one Tom Smith in America, he said it, Paulo Freire would have been very happy to see your book. He was the one who wrote the book, world famous book, Education of the Oppressed. I still believe, or our mission should be, to teach everyone, bring empowerment to everyone who needs it more. Thank you very much for finding me. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next category is Inspiring Educator of the Year 2024 Finance. And this award goes to Professor Dr. Gurveer Singh Pura. Please come on stage, sir. Professor Finance, Private University, NCR Examiner, ex-Manav Vashra University, Faridabad. A huge round of applause. Congratulations, Professor Dr. Gurveer Singh Pura, on winning this award.
Thanks to Edtalk and all the organizers, and thanks to IMM for JJ Foundation. I think I've met Jagjit Singh, such a renowned academician. And please pay my regards to Gaganjit ji also. I personally know him. I just recently, my uncle got expired, Admiral Khurana. They were very good friends. So I used to say hello to Gaganjit. So thank you everything, and thanks to Kriti, who shortlisted me and finally gave this award. I thought I've been forgotten.
I was about to leave, then suddenly my name was announced, and Dr. G.V. Rao is there. Thank you, sir. And I've studied from Indian Law Institute also, and did my certification in IPR from your institute, Indian Society of International Law. So I was a founder faculty with Amity, and I'm doing a lot of visiting here and there. So I have developed a new niche. So I'm just advertising myself also. A bit of pitch is also important. I'm talking a lot about wealth maximization through smart financial literacy. I take 1 or 2 hours workshop. Any institute can call me. I will not come free of cost. I'm joking. I can come. So I'll be attached with more people also. God bless you. Thanks for taking my video from Sri Lanka. You spoke so well. I'm taking this award in individual capacity. And thanks to Sushant University, I'm attached with them also as a young professor now. God bless you all. And thanks, sir, with your Kuwaiti law. May your law firms become very big. You have a lot of dreams, new dreams, and associate me also. Thank you, Kriti. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations on winning this award. Next and last category of the Ed Falcon Global Award 2024 is Inspiring Educator of the Year 2024, Coaching, Mentoring, and Mentoring. And this award goes to Mr. Mohammad Yasir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? My coach, Career Right, Mind Smart Academy. Congratulations.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here to receive this honor. I think the 2 days of really entertaining as well as excelling experience. And I really dedicate this award to my family because I had a downtime down to the earth to this level. I had lots of sufferings. In that suffering, I had my parents, my wife, my 3 kids, and we had the organization Mind Smart Academy. We are for coaching, mentoring, and mentoring. And we always say we wanted the younger generations to be the smartest super genius. And it was being well supported by my wife and my son. I was able to reach this level. So I really dedicate this award to them. And thanks a lot for selecting me. I must thank Mr. Kishan. In spite of plenty difficulties, he was after me to. So anyhow, thanks a lot, Mr. Kishan and Edtalk for selecting me as well as honoring me. And thanks a lot for these wonderful experiences. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I would like to invite on stage Mr. Gaurav, Mr. Abhishek Gaurav, please come on stage. And Mr. Praveen Tyagi. So please come on stage. I would like to invite all the awardees to please come on stage for a group photograph. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. G.V. Rao. So please come on stage. Professor Smita Lal, ma'am, please come on stage. Dr. Phyllis, sir, please come on stage. Congratulations once again to all the deserving awardees. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? As we conclude this memorable ceremony, let us carry the spirit of excellence and innovation forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And congratulations once again to all the awardees. I request all of you to please give a massive, massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, all together. For the closing remarks, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sagar to please come up. And would like to thank Mr. Vic Gaffney for presenting all these awards. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. May I have your attention for just 2 minutes, please? Then we have the IT networking. Just for 2 minutes. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sagar Dhawan. Pretty young to address all of you. I am luckily the project manager for Edtalk. And I would like to call upon my entire team for putting a lot of effort and, carrying out the show. So I would like to call upon stage Priti. We have Kishan, Ajit. We have KG, who's Karthik Gaur. We have our marketing guy, Deepam. We have Gagan. And our directors once again. And our HR. He kind of wanted to, it's the first conference that he joined. So Karthik. And last but not the least, Afsha. And we have our photographer as well, our in-house photographer, Vikas. I hope मैं किसी को भूला नहीं हूँ. And my team, guys. Hi. Thank you very much, my entire team who's working from office and our AV guys to help us organize this wonderful event. While you guys are clicking some pictures, I will join you after this. What started with as a seed in our mind of Edtalk, of maybe trying to make a platform where we are not just discussing the classic way of education or the new way of education. We are discussing everything that is happening in the new education with the new people or with the new ideas. So I guess we tried our level best to put all of this together, and there were a lot of gaps. This is a premier conference. Something that you didn't like, please let us know. And something that you like, please let us know that as well. We're going to make sure that we make everything better and put together as perfect conference as we can. And last announcement, we are planning to do our next conference in December, maybe second week of December in Dubai. So I would like to see all the faces once again there and to serve you to the next level. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. Congratulations to all the awardees, and thank you all the delegates to join us for the conference. Let's have a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of the premiere of Edtalk World Conference powered by IMM. I would also like to thank all of our sponsors, SAVE, SIBA Campus, and ICSAG. Thank you very much for supporting the cause. And now it's time for the last networking session of the conference, the high tea networking. So please enjoy the high tea and see you very soon. Thank you very much. Signing off.